Then, all that we had were our dreams and ambitions. Now, we have a successful business that serves different industry segments. Rossari Biotech is proof of the enormous difference made when one converts dreams seen in the sleeping state into visions pursued in the waking state. Such pursuit changes realities.
As a technocrat, I have had the expertise and quite used to solving both technical and commercial problems. After a long stint in the textile processing industry as well as the specialty chemicals industry, I decided that I will use my skill as well as my experience to be an entrepreneur. This came to pass when Sunil and I started Rossari Biotech and we forayed into the specialty chemical industry.
Edward and I started Rossari in our 30s, taking a very bold step. We were passionate, we were obsessed with the customers, and the zeal was to make the customer more competitive. We fought all odds to make Rossari successful. Today, 2 decades later, Rossari is India's leading specialty chemicals manufacturer, focused on textiles, home and personal care, performance chemicals, and animal health and nutrition. We have more than 1,500 products in our range and more value-added products to come.
Our core strengths have been the 4 pillars of our chemistry, namely surfactants, silicones, acrylic chemistry, as well as enzymes. Almost 80% of our products revolve around these chemistries. Our capabilities have been application development and formulation skills, and this is very formidable in the industry. This also is backed by a great technical services team and the state-of-the-art technical services laboratory. Our strategy has been to make products that are custom-made to our customers with a focus on sustainability and innovation. Our manufacturing facilities are all fungible across the 4 chemistries, and we've built a robust distribution network across 17 countries globally.
Our values reverberate in the letters of our name: respect, ownership, safety, sustainability, agility, reliability, and innovation.
The journey of Viswaat began in the year 1996 with a dream to make its mark in the global specialty chemical sector. During this period, the company was established and since grown by investing in evolving and sustainable technologies and processes, thereby giving a foothold in key product portfolios across surfactants, specialty chemicals, esters and polymers, pharma excipients and intermediates. In the non-ionic surfactants space, Viswaat is the market leader with more than 200 products sold both domestically and internationally in more than 30 countries. Viswaat throughout its journey has adopted in-house know-how, be it in research and development, engineering or continual improvement, and while doing so, has consistently met the requirements of its customers and vendors with respect to quality, quantity and on-time delivery. The company's customer profile includes the likes of some of the leading Indian and foreign multinational companies based out of both India and the overseas markets. We take immense pride in the fact that our R&D center has been approved by the DSIR under the Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India. This recognition is a testimony of our commitment to modernization and resonates with our culture of being open to continual improvement and novel ideas. The company has 2 manufacturing locations, the first one being located at Ambernath, which was established in the year 2004, and the second one at Dahej, Gujarat, which came up in the year 2019. Viswaat commissioned its second unit in the year 2019, which is a state-of-the-art manufacturing facility at Dahej. The entire production setup is a fully automated process controlled through a DCS system. The company has a land parcel of 18 acres and in phase 1 itself, a capacity of 60,000 metric tons per year consisting of surfactants, polymers and esters was installed. The second phase of capacity expansion will help the company in doubling its volume over the current levels. Both the locations, that is Ambernath and Dahej, are situated near Viswaat's customers, vendors and the key ports located in the western coast of India, ensuring a better edge across its supply chain, which is a key driver.
Due to heavy rain, there is a slight delay in program, so we will be starting in 15
minutes. The company
minutes.
has invested in the responsible care platform way back, and today Viswaat is an RC logo holder since the last many years of its operations. ICC Award for Excellence in Management of Environment, Kosher and Halal Certified, FSSAI Certified. In the process of obtaining GMP and FDA approvals for pharma excipients and intermediates. With the above being ingrained as a cohesive team, we strongly believe in creating value for money, for people, for machine, for product and for the environment.
Then, all that we had were our dreams and ambitions. Now, we have a successful business that serves different industry segments. Rossari Biotech is proof of the enormous difference made when one converts dreams seen in the sleeping state into visions pursued in the waking state. Such pursuit changes realities.
As a technocrat, I have had the expertise and quite used to solving both technical and commercial problems. After a long stint in the textile processing industry as well as the specialty chemicals industry, I decided that I will use my skill as well as my experience to be an entrepreneur. This came to pass when Sunil and I started Rossari Biotech and we forayed into the specialty chemical industry.
Edward and I started Rossari in our 30s, taking a very bold step. We were passionate, we were obsessed with the customers, and the zeal was to make the customer more competitive. We fought all odds to make Rossari successful. Today, 2 decades later, Rossari is India's leading specialty chemicals manufacturer, focused on textiles, home and personal care, performance chemicals, and animal health and nutrition. We have more than 1,500 products in our range and more value-added products to come.
Our core strengths have been the 4 pillars of our chemistry, namely surfactants, silicones, acrylic chemistry, as well as enzymes. Almost 80% of our products revolve around these chemistries. Our capabilities have been application development and formulation skills, and this is very formidable in the industry. This also is backed by a great technical services team and the state-of-the-art technical services laboratory. Our strategy has been to make products that are custom-made to our customers with a focus on sustainability and innovation. Our manufacturing facilities are all fungible across the 4 chemistries, and we've built a robust distribution network across 17 countries globally.
Our values reverberate in the letters of our name: respect, ownership, safety, sustainability, agility, reliability, and innovation.
The journey of Viswaat began in the year 1996 with a dream to make its mark in the global specialty chemical sector. During this period, the company was established and since grown by investing in evolving and sustainable technologies and processes, thereby giving a foothold in key product portfolios across surfactants, specialty chemicals, esters and polymers, pharma excipients and intermediates. In the non-ionic surfactants space, Viswaat is the market leader with more than 200 products sold both domestically and internationally in more than 30 countries. Viswaat throughout its journey has adopted in-house know-how, be it in research and development, engineering or continual improvement, and while doing so, has consistently met the requirements of its customers and vendors with respect to quality, quantity, and on-time delivery. The company's customer profile includes the likes of some of the leading Indian and foreign multinational companies based out of both India and the overseas markets. We take immense pride in the fact that our R&D center has been approved by the DSIR under the Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India. This recognition is a testimony of our commitment to modernization and resonates with our culture of being open to continual improvement and novel ideas. The company has 2 manufacturing locations, the first one being located at Ambernath, which was established in the year 2004, and the second one at Dahej, Gujarat, which came up in the year 2019. Viswaat commissioned its second unit in the year 2019, which is a state-of-the-art manufacturing facility at Dahej. The entire production setup is a fully automated process controlled through a DCS system. The company has a land parcel of 18 acres and in phase 1 itself, a capacity of 60,000 metric tons per year consisting of surfactants, polymers and esters was installed. The second phase of capacity expansion will help the company in doubling its volume over the current levels. Both the locations, that is Ambernath and Dahej, are situated near Viswaat's customers, vendors and the key ports located in the western coast of India, ensuring a better edge across its supply chain, which is a key driver for growth. In line with the sustainability resolutions, the company has invested in the responsible care platform way back, and today Viswaat is an RC logo holder since the last many years of its operations. ICC Award for Excellence in Management of Environment, Kosher and Halal Certified, FSSAI Certified.
Gentlemen, on behalf of Oil Technologists Association of India, Western Zone and Department of Oils and Oleochemicals Surfactant Technology, ICT Mumbai, I am pleased to welcome you all on this half-day seminar on structural effects of surfactants in their industrial applications in hybrid mode. Before we proceed, I would request everyone to kindly stand up for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you everyone. Now I would request all the guests for today's seminar to come upon a dais. Dr. Rajiv Juri, Dr. Chame, Shekhar Surve, Jyotsna Vagmare, R.D. Kulkarni sir. Since the ancient times, humans have utilized surfactants for their versatile properties in cleaning and beyond. These substances are integral to private household and extensively employed across the various industries such as agriculture, pharmaceuticals, household cleaning products, personal care, textiles, food and beverages, paints, coatings and many more. The structural properties of surfactant play a vital role, significantly influencing their functionality and efficiency across these diverse sectors. The molecular architecture of surfactants governs their interaction at various interfaces. Understanding this structural effect is critical for innovating agriculture, food processing, cosmetics and biomedical solutions. Thus, in today's seminar, we intend to explore how the unique structural characteristics of surfactants drive advancements and improve outcomes in relevant industries. Before we dive deep into technical sessions, I would like to invite Senior Professor Ravindra Kulkarni, President, Oil Technologists Association of India, Western Zone, Vice Chancellor, University of Mumbai, to address welcome remarks.
Chief guest for this conference, Professor A.B. Pandit, Vice Chancellor ICT, National President of Oil Technologists Association, Dr. Rajiv Churi, all the dignitaries present on the dais, the keynote and resource speakers for this conference, and the galaxy of the gatherings. On behalf of Oil Technologists Association of India, West Zone, let me extend hearty welcome to all of you. In spite of heavy raining all over the day, all of you have gathered in large number. That shows your keen interest in the areas of surfactants and related industrial areas. Oil Technologists Association of India is one of the key organization working in the area of oils, oleochemicals, surfactants, lubricants and allied areas. And over the years, the organization is actively organizing many workshops, conferences for the benefit of industry as well as an academic fraternity. As far as recent organizations are concerned, we had recently organized a seminar on oleochemicals and its industrial applications. In the year 2025 March, we are organizing the 3rd Fats and Oil International Conference, which is in fact one of the brand image, which is creating the brand image for the Oil Technologists Association of India. Surfactants as a whole, this has in fact, this is being a second series being organized in relation to the applications as well as utilizations of the surfactant. Particularly 3 years back, we had organized an online session on international at an international platform on various applications of surfactant, particularly in reference to antiviral and therapeutic applications. In this particular conference, which is organized today, we will be coming across the structure activity correlationships of a surfactant in reference to diverse industrial applications. Surfactant is a molecule. If you look at and if you tune it properly, it will provide the same structure, can provide variety of the industrial applications. When one looks at the references that are coming across surfactants, even if you take up the case of Taylor and Francis series, we do find more than 150 publications on surfactants covering diverse areas. That itself shows the depth of research work, depth of industrial connect which the surfactant field has. And definitely in the years to come, we expect surfactant to play many important role, not only connected with the personal care industries, home care industries, but even in the area of surface coating, even in the areas of polymer and plastics, in the areas of leather industries, or even recently we come across many applications of the surfactant, particularly in the area of catalysis, and we have a separate research area now which is called as surfactant catalyze reactions. Similarly, surfactants are being used as a template for manufacture of nanomaterials, which is again another key research area, interdisciplinary research area covering the field of the physics, chemistry as well as an engineering domain. So friends, we will have a lot of brainstorming discussions, presentations through our keynote speakers throughout the day. I expect the galaxy of the gathering to enjoy the half-day seminar, and I extend again sincere thanks to be here in large number for attending this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Dr. Rajiv Churi to honor Professor R.D. Kulkarni with sapling as a symbol of green and sustainable future. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. Rajiv Churi, National President, Oils Technologists Association of India, to brief all.
Thank you and good afternoon, everybody. Professor Aniruddha Pandit, Vice Chancellor ICT, he is joining online. Professor R.D. Kulkarni, Vice Chancellor, University of Mumbai. D.V. Chame Sahib, he is the Vice President, R.D. Kulkarni, Vice Chancellor, and the President of OTAI Overview. D.V. Chame Sahib, he is the Vice President OTAI. Shekhar Surve, my colleague, who will be the expert moderator for this event, and all dignitaries of the dais. I see Professor Dr. Gaikwad, who is a past president of OTAI, Dr. Prasad Nabar, Professor Sunil Bhagwatji, Dr. Mayuk Varadkar, Professor Amit, and all of my colleagues. I am pleased to welcome all of you for this interesting seminar, Structural Effects of Surfactants and their Industrial Applications. Most of you know about the OTAI, but let me brief those who do not know about the OTAI. The Oil Technologists Association of India was founded in 1943 and registered under the Society Registration Act. The OTAI is an organization comprising of eminent technologists, academia, researchers, scientists, analytical service providers, industrialists, plant and technology suppliers, and those involved in policy making. The association has its own building at its headquarters, which is at Kanpur, HBTI, and HBTU now, it's a university now, and it coordinates the national and international activities of its 5 zones, which are based in the 5 north zone, south zone. North zone is Delhi, south zone is Hyderabad. We have a central zone Kanpur, and the east zone is at Kolkata, and of course the west zone is ICT Mumbai. The association, it publishes a quarterly journal, scientific journal called Journal of Lipid Science and Technology, which is of international repute for almost last 7 decades. OTAI is continuously engaged in dissipation of relevant technical knowledge, know-how, latest products, processes, technologies since its inception by organizing symposia, workshops, refresher courses, popular lectures, short courses, industrial training, etc. OTAI is a member of important government committees which make standards and policies related to the above mentioned products. The association is represented on various national committees such as Development of Council for Soap and Detergents, different committees of Bureau of Indian Standards. The OTAI has been recognized by the Department of Science and Technology of India as a scientific and research organization devoted to promotion of R&D activities in the area of oils, fats, and allied products, including surfactants. OTAI is closely associated with international organizations working in the field of oils, fats, oleochemicals, and allied products globally such as AOCS, JOCS, there's a Japanese Oil Chemist Society, the Palm Oil Refiners Association of Malaysia, etc. The OTAI regularly interact and participate in the activities of other international organizations and promote their annual conventions and workshops. In turn, they also promote OTAI activities globally. Well, chemistry of multifunctional surfactants is always fascinating, and they find application in diverse areas of chemistry. These amphiphilic molecules have been used in detergent, pharmaceutical formulations, corrosion inhibitors, emulsifier systems, petroleum industries, nanotechnology, and also found use in areas such as catalysis, capacitors, and electrochemical sensor, and so on. So let's hear from the top experts about the surfactants, structural properties, and their roles. So thank you for attend this very important seminar, and I am sure there will be a lot of takeaways from this various presentation. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I would like to invite Professor R.D. Kulkarni to honor Dr. Rajiv Churi with sapling.
Hello. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So just 1 minute. We will be starting soon. Now I would like to invite Professor Aniruddha Pandit, Vice Chancellor, Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai, to address all of us, as he will address us virtually.
First of all, my apologies for not being personally present. wasn't there. But Professor Kulkarni, Dr. Churi, and all those who have gathered to address a very important topic in terms of utility of the surfactants. You all know that the basic property of a surfactant is based on the structure property relationship, and its usage essentially relies on the surfactant orienting itself at the interface. Now, this is an extremely critical and crucial property as far as the functioning of the surfactant is concerned. Surfactant serves many purposes in many industrial areas, whether they are in the area of lubrication or tribological applications, whether it is in the area of transport phenomena, where the mass transfer can be enhanced or can be curtailed. And all this depends upon how the surfactant orients itself at the interface, and at what levels of concentrations which are required to saturate the surface or partially saturate the surface, make that surface permeable or semi-permeable or opaque. When I say opaque, it is not in terms of optical properties, but in terms of the transport properties. So understanding of a structure of a particular surfactant and its combination with another surfactant having a different structure and orientation of these in terms of surfactant co-surfactant combination has opened up such a vast area of exploration and applications, be it from drilling fluid or lubricating properties in engine oils. Surfactant will continue to work, and with newer and newer combinations of the surfactants which are coming up in terms of formulation area is also extremely, what I would say, is fertile in terms of understanding the structure property relationship. So it is important for us to understand how the structure is responsible for a specific property of a surfactant, and how this particular property can be exploited, can be used, can be applied to serve a specific purpose in terms of the surfactant being used in a specific applications. So I'm very happy that OTAI Western Zone has organized this particular seminar on just the right kind of a topic, addressing the structural effects on the surfactant in various applications. And I'm sure at the end of the seminar, you all will be in a position to at least identify the applications where the understanding of the structure and orientation of the surfactant at the interface will provide a key to its functionality and applications. I wish you all the very best and the great success and a great learning, and I hope that we will all gather again and then try to exploit and try to use these applications for a variety of industries to come. Thank you very much and all the very best.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful words. Now I would like to invite Professor Jyotsna Wagmare, Seminar Convener and Honorable Joint Secretary, Oil Technologists Association of India Western Zone, to brief about today's seminar.
Good afternoon, one and all. A warm welcome to all of you on half-day seminar on structural effects of surfactant in their industrial application, which is organized by Oil Technologists Association of India in collaboration with Oils, Oleochemicals and Surfactant Department of ICT. This global surfactant market is rising very high. Every day it is increasing, and it was $45 billion in 2023, which is expected to $47 billion in 2024. So it is mainly because we can say that surfactant is a compound which has a very unique property, which is having a hydrophilic and hydrophobic property in one molecule, and this molecule make this has a lot of industrial application. So these amphiphilic nature of surfactant has make the many industrial application, whether it is medicine or corrosion inhibitor or pesticidal control or drug delivery. Many applications are there, and so day by day the market is increasing. Even there is a growing demand for the sustainable technologies, and because of that there is rise in biosurfactant and green surfactant area as well. And these surfactants are used mainly in the cosmetic care, home care and food industries. So there are many recent applications, and there are recent advances is that these surfactants are widely used for the nanotechnology, and there are many nanoparticles can be synthesized with the help of surfactant and can make changes in their surfactant make the change in the nanoparticle itself. So to know more about these advances, Oil Department, ICT and OTAI Western Zone is have excited to have this half-day seminar on structural effects of surfactant in their industrial application. So we are very excited to hear from our eminent speakers from industry and academic experts about the new development of surfactant. So Professor Bhagwat is going to talk on new surfactant structure benefits and need for teamwork. Dr. Amol Hivrale will discuss on the topic of biosurfactant, soprolipids. Professor Gulkani will enlighten us on the structure, surfactant structure, composition and surface activities in relationship with diverse application. Dr. Milind Kelkar will be sharing his thoughts on mild surfactant, and Dr. Rushikesh Mirgal will glimpse on the structural effects of surfactant in crop care industries. So once again I welcome all of you, and I hope you will enjoy this seminar, and thank you all of you for joining this seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to invite Mr. D.V. Chame to honor Professor Jyotsna Wagmare with sapling. Thank you, all the guests. Now, as we know, our today's seminar is a part of FOIC 2025 Beyond Today series. The upcoming event, FOIC 2025, scheduled from March 6 to March 8. We are thrilled to announce the theme for FOIC 2025, Technological Innovations, Efficiency and Value Addition following the principles of green chemistry. So let's have a look FOIC 2025 theme. Thank you. Now, thank you so much all the dignitaries on the dais. Now I would request all the guests to please have a seat and be a part of the future seminar. Let's begin with today's seminar. I would like to invite upon a stage to seminar expert moderator for today's seminar, Mr. Shekhar Surve. He holds a BSc Tech in Oil Technology from UDCT and MBA in Finance Management from NIMS with over 37 years of experience in oleochemicals, edible oils, finance. His expertise encompasses basic oleochemicals and their applications in home and personal care, cosmetics, specialty chemicals, surfactants, and lubricity improvers. Notably, he led the edible oil business at Godrej. In addition to his professional achievements, he has a keen interest in Hindustani classical music, astrology, energy healing techniques, and past life regression therapies. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for a nice introduction. So, first let me congratulate all the students who have taken a lot of efforts in organizing this seminar. Our students have been organizing these seminars for many years now, and there is an improvement seen each time that we see our students doing this. And a big round of applause to all of them. You can imagine the amount of effort that must have gone beyond behind this seminar. I am sure they would have put days and nights together. So let's begin with the seminar for which we have gathered here. I have pleasure in introducing my old friend, my colleague when I was doing my BSc Tech at UDCT that time, Professor Sunil Bhagwat. I think one-page introduction is not enough for him, but I'll talk very brief about his achievements. Professor Sunil holds a PhD Chemical Engineering degree from UDCT Mumbai. He is a Professor Director at the Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research and former head Department of Chemical Engineering, ICT. UDCT UAA Distinguished Alumnus Award winner for the academic category in the year 2019. Indian Chemical Council KV Mariwala Award for Chemical Industry Academia Partnership in 2022. Fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineering 2023. His research highlights are as follows. Areas of research include interfacial science, artificial neural networks, energy and energy engineering. He has got under his belt more than 100 international publications, more than 80 conference presentations. One will get added today to that long list. 10 patents. 45 PhD students have completed their doctorate under him. 85 students have completed MTech degree under him. And please join me in welcoming Professor Sunil Bhagwat on the dais.
Hello.
Thank you, Shekhar, for that introduction. It's a pleasure to be back here in this auditorium in different role. As some of you know, I've been here in the teaching profession more than 37 years before I moved, so it's a nostalgic feeling to be here. The work I'm going to present today combines work of few students. Some of them are named here. And I represent two institutes, one of them being ISER Pune, other being the Institute of Chemical Technology. All of you know about the Institute of Chemical Technology, but a few lines about where I am today. Our tagline is where tomorrow's science begins today. We have a 5-year integrated BSMS program as our flagship. That is, students join after their 12th standard with an ISER aptitude test. All ISERs, 7 ISERs together, they have this admission test. And the students get engaged in research right after their first year, either for a summer project or a semester-long project instead of a theory course, and all of them definitely for a full year master's project in the 5th year. Not only that, the difference which I would like to highlight is that the student who joins doesn't join as a BSMS physics or a biology students. They join as science students. First 3 semesters, besides physics, chemistry, mathematics, biology, they learn earth and climate science, data science, and then they start taking electives in all these subjects, and depending on if they accumulate enough credits in one of those, they'll get a BSMS with major, let's say, in chemistry, or they'll just graduate as BSMS science. We also have totally about 700 PhD students in addition to about 1200 doing this BSMS program, and we have amongst the faculty people holding Padma Awards, and it's a very nice campus. Some of you, if you can visit, please do visit. It's a campus full of knowledge, campus full of greenery, campus full of bright individuals, so I'm sure you will enjoy the visit. Okay, talking about surfactant, I am the first speaker, so I thought I will retain this slide, otherwise I was going to skip that. Normally we will just show a picture with a head joining a tail, like every person has a head and 2 hands and 2 feet, but somebody becomes a vice chancellor of university, somebody becomes a company director, somebody becomes a farmer, somebody becomes a photographer. So just having these 2 components, head and tail, don't make all surfactants the same. Each of them have different characteristics, and the head group itself can either be ionic, within which it can be either cationic, anionic, or zwitterionic, or it can be completely non-ionic, no ionizing nature, and the origin for such can be either natural sugar based or it can be synthetic. And many times one way in which we classify surfactants is HLB, that is the hydrophilic lipophilic balance. Oil soluble ones have a lower HLB, water soluble ones have an higher HLB. That's not the only method of classifying them, of course. To just begin with giving some examples here, simplest one we would think were carboxylate, but this is a sulfonate. You have with a double bond and a sulfonate. This is a sulfate with an oxygen sulfur bond. This is a sulfonate with a carbon sulfur bond, and some of them are either straight chain or petroleum based, some of them are straight chain, some of them are branched. This is in terms of the tail group. Some of them possess aromatic ring, some of them not straight. In fact, none of the surfactant molecules remain straight in the solution. They are actually rotating, and but this molecule cannot become straight because of the double bond there, and they can be with 2 tails to attach to a single head group, or we can have a quaternary ammonium group, and the connectivity with this association here is that a vast majority of those are derived from oils and oleochemicals. this is an example of cationic with a molecule which has actually zwitter ionic. This is cationic, this is zwitter ionic. It again has a fatty acid chain, but with this molecule in between, it has both the cationic group and an anionic group. So each of these structures actually perform different duties. Some of them you will eat them in your ice cream, some of them you will use them for washing your clothes, some of them you will use them in your lubricant in the vehicle, but all of them, each depending on the structure, has these applications. Currently the trends, one wants milder surfactants for personal care. Alkyl phenol ethoxylates, as we know, are getting eliminated from various applications. Applications need multifunctional molecules, molecules which have antimicrobial properties, surfactant property, and couple other properties sometimes. We want more effective molecules for places where mildness is perhaps not that important, home care and industrial applications, where we would like to have lower concentrations to do the same job, not only from the point of view of saving, but also from the point of view of environmental care, because post usage the molecule goes into environment. We also try to make a tertiary amine moiety from the fatty acid, instead of going through the fatty acid to fatty alcohol to fatty amine to quaternary ammonium group. There are faster ways of doing that, shorter. And with increasingly stringent controls on ethylene oxide transport, we are now worrying about how to have that head group which is non-ionic and which is still based on materials besides ethylene oxide. So I am going to talk about 4 new molecules which we created, and they belong to individual components classes there. One is a microbial surfactant, where we made a slight change in terms of its raw material than the conventional one. This is a method where microbially a fatty hydrophobe gets converted to a surfactant one, and sulfurose as the head group will give you sulfurolipid. Then second one I am going to talk about is a cardanol based surfactant. I will tell you what the cardanol is. It's a byproduct, and it's a Gemini surfactant that we made with this. We also made a Gemini surfactant with a biphosphate origin. A Gemini surfactants I did not mention in those structures, but these are surfactants with 2 head groups and 2 tails, but instead of being 2 separate molecules, they have joined hands to become one single surfactants, and these very often will show very different properties than simple molecules. But the difficult part with the use of those molecules is usually they end up becoming very expensive. Here we have 3 of them which are not all that expensive to make. Biphosphate, and the next we have amidoamine, the molecule of converting fatty acid into amine, and then the Gemini molecule with that. Natural sulfolipids are having sulfurolose as the moiety and the fatty acid connected to that. Sometimes it will becomes a ring, a lactonic structure, or it can be open as a fatty acid. And as you can see that the fatty acid is attached to the sulfurose not through the carboxylic but through the other end of it, and which means this molecule as it is, when it opens up, here is an anionic group that it has, and here it's a non-ionic group on the other end that it has. So you can imagine that obviously it will assemble differently and will have different properties. Sulfurolipids made with microorganism Candida bombicola, and we did with the standard way of supplying glucose as the feed in the laboratory, but instead of a fatty acid or an oil, we supplied lauryl alcohol as the carbon moiety for that, and it ended up having different properties as we will see. Fatty alcohol 1214 and lauryl maltol alcohol, and a little change, instead of having that COH over here which can become anionic, if we have this CH2OH towards the end, then it means it cannot become that lactonic form which is not so surface active. and therefore there are some advantages there. So it's useful for potentially in drug delivery as well as in food preservation, which we will see shortly. Now when you make that sophrolipid, first thing to check of course is surface activity, and as you can see, compared with lauryl alcohol ethoxylate 4, sophrolipid with oleic acid or with sodium dodecyl sulfate, all molecules which are commonly in use, this molecule which we have over here, sophrolipid with lauryl alcohol, has a lower equilibrium surface tension and has a lower CMC as well. I don't need to tell everybody what its implications are in terms of applications and the amounts which you will require. And further, this molecule becomes a food derived molecule completely. Both hydrophilic and hydrophobic entities are food derived, and if you do it in a way not what we did in the laboratory without the GMP precautions, it can become actually a edible grade surfactant. But still we used it for an application which we will show. The emulsification index, we found that sophrolipid with lauryl alcohol instead of the oleic acid typically that is used, it gives a higher emulsification index. We also saw that it has antimicrobial activity against a Bacillus subtilis species that we studied. This is one which is cell wall which is intact. This is the cell wall which has been penetrated and getting ruptured by SLLA. The cell survival rate is measured in terms of time, and as you can see that cell survival percentage at different concentrations, the cell survival rate at lower concentration of course it will be undiminished almost, but the moment you have 2 or 3 milligram per milliliter, it was drastically reducing cell survival rate, and which means you can use it for applications like this. Here it's a food preservation application we are showing, compared with a very standard used germicidal molecule which is non-edible. So if you put that on this fruit materials, of course it remains intact over the days, and without that it will develop some rotting or fungus in normal food. Whereas treated with sophrolipid with lauryl alcohol, we found it has very good stability. So that means a spray of this on these foods, which is a food grade material, can make them much more shelf life stable as well as for home usage. Next molecule I am going to talk about is cardanol derived. Cardanol is a byproduct from cashew nut shell liquid, and when you eat the cashews, the shell outside gives this cashew nut shell oil. In the traditional method of making cashews, they used to burn it all, and it used to be, those of you who have perhaps seen it in Konkan area would recall highly sooty flame that it gives, and what it means all we chemistry people know, it has a lot of aromatic contents in it. And this is the molecule with aromatic ring, phenolic, and it has already attached alkyl group there, and it means that it is an alkyl phenol which is natural material, and it can be derivatized to different applications. It can be sulfonated and it then becomes a fairly good surfactant, cardanol sulfate, which we call cardanol sulfate monomeric surfactant. But we didn't stop there, we made it into a Gemini. We first took that phenolic group and with a dicarboxylic acid made it into a molecule like this, and then sulfonated it. So now it has 2 head groups and 2 tails attached to this molecule, starting with a biomaterial and something which is a side product. So its implications on cost you are better equipped to calculate. The CMC is couple of millimolar, 1.9, and the gamma CMC is 33.6. This is CMC measured in different ways, but you can compare the monomeric and the dimeric. If I just take 2 molecules of the monomer, it will still give me requirement double of this monomeric molecule. But if I just join the 2, it becomes half of that. As you can see, it's the CMC millimolar is 4-fold lower. Gamma CMC is also happens to be about 5 units lower, and the C20 is not just 4-fold but 7-fold lower. C20 is the concentration at which it will reduce the surface tension by 20 millinewtons per meter, because in many applications you want that concentration which will be effective, and this has implications in applications. Here the contact angle is shown. Here we are showing the foamability. You can see that the foamability is actually somewhat reduced. Now, depending on application, you want foamability or you don't want foamability, you can see where you can put it to use, but it's a marginally less foamability than the monomer. Antimicrobial activity, this molecule also has a significant antimicrobial activity. We didn't use it for food because with all that sulfonate we didn't think that it will be a food material. This is a monomeric surfactant showing no inhibition zone. The zone of inhibition indicates the region within which there cannot be a microbial growth. The zone of inhibition exists for the Gemini, and if you use a very standard antimicrobial known material, the values are similar to that. Emulsification, we took crude oil emulsification, and monomer also gives very good emulsification, but Gemini works even better. For soybean, olive oil, all of them we have looked at. The next molecule I am going to talk about is a biphosphate Gemini. Now phosphate, ethoxylate phosphate molecules all of us are aware of, but here it is a Gemini molecule created like this, that you take a diol, derivatize it with phosphate and then the alkyl. Here also we found, here in fact we made a range of these molecules with various chain length and various in between connectors with that Gemini connection. You can see 10, 3, 10 means it's a chain length of 10 and the connector between the two head groups is 3 carbon. And similarly 10, 3, 10 to 16, 5, 16 various molecules we made, fairly low CMC, fairly low gamma values, and C20 expressed as minus log. This is a dynamic surface tension. Why we studied this, that the reason being a molecule with 2 tails we will think it's fairly slow, so we wanted to quantify how slow. I have not shown here a comparison with the standard surfactant, but those of you would remember numbers, it is sometimes some of them are faster and some of them are slower with chains, increasing chain. It gives a good foam, surprisingly good stability. More than the amount of foam, I would draw attention to the stability which we get over here. The fourth type is the amidoamine. Quartz normally would require multi-step processes, fatty acid to fatty alcohol to amine and then quaternization. Here conversion of a carboxylic acid to a directly tertiary amine moiety happens with a molecule in between, which is the dimethylamino-propylamine. And you can see over here we can take different dihalides to connect this, and we get the carboxylic group converted into that amide, and here the tertiary amine group, both sides. So 2 tertiary amine becoming quaternary ammonium groups joined by a Q length of spacer. We tried 3 carbon and 6 carbon here. Reaction scheme, I think I am running out of time, so let me not do that. We can see we made different chain length with these 2 spacers. All of them CMC can be as low as 0.01, which is 0.008 you can see here, and the gamma CMC is as low as 22, 23 in some cases. Antimicrobial active, some of them are, some of them not. We couldn't complete the study and know why some of them are and some of them not, but some of them do have antimicrobial ability. Foamability is in these cases comparable if you look at the entire range, with very low foamability to fairly high foamability relative scale. You can see it's a very wide range. So to summarize, we require different structures for different applications. Sometimes the reason is restrictions, sometimes the reason is availability of raw material, sometimes the reason is just that you want to reduce the cost of what you are making, sometimes the reason is that there is a waste material which you would like to utilize. So each of these molecules with different structures will have different applications. Some of them we have explored, not all of them. So hydrophilic head group can be beyond the ethoxylate. We can have sulforylipid based on lauryl alcohol. Perhaps you will be mentioning the lauric acid type. Geminis are more effective on per kg basis. The molecule is bigger and you will require much smaller amount of that to get the same property. And cashew nut cell liquid can also yield surfactant, including Gemini type and the biphosphate and amidoamine Geminis. So giving just an overview of different types of molecule we have synthesized, each of them showing very different properties and correspondingly different applications. None of these will get used as single molecules. So therefore we have to essentially study how you combine them with different molecules. Why they will not get used as single molecules, starting from cost to acceptability of a new molecule in an application, they will always get used as mixtures. So when you mix different surfactants, how they behave is an entirely different science. You take a surfactant of the same composition, but depending on what concentration of the total mixture that you put in solution, you might get a surfactant micelle with very less of one surfactant to comparable to completely other extreme just by changing concentration. And similarly, it means that the free surfactant also will not be the same composition as the mixture that you have taken, and depending on concentration you will have an entire range variation. And there are several applications which are based on that. Here just showing a curve which is of ideal mixture behavior. There is something which you can predict using ideal mixture, but some mixtures have very non-ideal behavior compared to that. Normally you use a single parameter which we call beta for representing it. Here I have tried to show a diagram, typical XY diagram as we understand during distillation. I have tried to make that for molecules in the free surfactant and molecules inside the micelle, how it changes when the mole fraction of SLS in the mixture is changing, the micelle mole fraction is undergoing a very different picture there. But very often the non-ideality is so strong that you cannot use a single parameter model. There are other models which are available for that, and we have used that. And well, this is just an addition of hexadecyl sulfate, which is normally present even if you take SLS, some hexadecyl will be present, but we deliberately added that to LAPB to see some property of the mixture, and we found significant benefits in terms of the CMC compared to ideal being drastically lower. That means it's a very highly non-ideal mixture that you get. We also, I don't think I presented that, but we also used it ultimately in a shampoo formulation, typically with LES and LAPB combined. If you include a little extra SHS in it, what effects it has, and we found significant benefit of that. So just to summarize again, new surfactant molecules were developed, and expensive molecules can work together with other molecules for the benefit of both ways, reducing the concentration or adding a new property which didn't exist. And micellar composition and the surfactant composition itself can be very different from each other, Just to give you an idea about what kind of application I mean, a very mundane application which will involve, let's say, washing something, let's say even dishwashing. Now when you use water for that, you will rinse that vessel not only till the dirt goes away, but till the surfactant goes away. Not only till the surfactant gets low enough concentration that it is now acceptable for usage, but till the time you see any foam. So you will want that foam to go away. So we did work for some company where we developed a combination in such a way that at the usage concentration it was highly foaming, and as you go on rinsing, the combination changes and the foamability drops drastically. So the user stops rinsing once the foaming stops, ending up in having savings in water. So foamability can vary with that combination and can have many applications. Thank you for patient listening, and thank you to all my sample suppliers, project givers, consultancy companies, and all these associations. Thank you for your patient listening.
Thank you, Professor Bhagwat. I think we have taken a deep dive into the wonderland of surfactants. His presentation has really opened up a lot of things to ponder upon, and we can have some questions. We have about 5-10 minutes for questions. Maybe Professor, you can take a seat.
Yeah. Okay.
Still
can you get that online question?
Yeah, can you get a mic?
Yeah.
So I appreciate the work with respect to conservation of water, which is in need of an hour. But at the same time, I would like to know whether ICER is working on developing a surfactant which will also be having in situ fabric conditioner, because currently there are two kind of variants which are being used for washing the clothes. So are you working on that? Because that can be an opportunity for a lot of value addition.
Some of the Geminis will have similar property like what we typically use. Quartz are used more often, tail quartz, which are typically used for conditioners. These can be used for that.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Thanks for the lot of knowledge sharing. Just a question on regulatory aspects of cardinal based surfactants. Like, is it the same like alkyl phenols, or?
See, although it is an alkyl phenol, it is a natural molecule.
Right.
I have not gone to regulatories to check on that, but I am only hoping that it will be, I mean, I haven't even studied the toxicity to fish and things like that to go to regulatory. But perhaps because it is a natural molecule which comes, and cashew nut shell, if it goes into water, it will have its own natural course. So probably this molecule is acceptable.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Just one question. Looking at the molecular dimensions of cardinal or Gemini surfactants and experimental result of head group area, what kind of aggregate or what kind of micelle shape we can expect, and whether that means if it is of shape mostly spherical, so can we get the benefit of viscosity in water formulation?
See, the head groups, although there is a two head group, the area doesn't become double, number one. But you have two tails, so it occupies volume. So if you talk in terms of the packing parameter, V by LA, A is not becoming double, L is remaining same, and V is becoming double. So the packing parameter will be higher, so you will not get a spherical molecule. You will get an elongated molecule to begin, and depending on how you reduce the head group area further with salt or whatever, it can become very viscous.
And in case of cardinal, it's again size of head group area is very high compared to our normal surfactants. It is
Yes.
there in the zone of 250 to 30 angstrom square. Normally it is 50 to 60 angstroms.
Yes.
So can we
That is
expect-
because the two head groups are far away and yet they are combined. So entire thing becomes the head group for a area for that, and that is possibly the reason why you see such high head group area.
So we can expect some viscosity, higher viscosity
Yes.
in water formulations.
We didn't prepare it to very high concentrations to begin with, but yes.
There are a couple of questions on online. One, Mr. Sanjay Poman is asking, surfactant analysis point of view, how chromatography techniques can be applied?
I am not a surfactant analysis person. In fact, we have Dr. Das here, who is considered to be very good for that. But HPLC and surfactant specific columns are there, and surfactant specific electrodes are there for even ion chromatography. I am not an expert in that.
Maybe Mr. Das can answer.
Again, say the question.
The question is surfactant analysis point of view, how chromatography techniques be applied?
Yeah, I think chromatographic techniques can be applied. See, like if there is like aromatic group is there in that cardinal thing, so UV can be applied, whereas other MS techniques can be applied for the non-UV ones. That's what I can say.
Okay. Thank you so much. There's one more question on online. Most of the LC method demand, I don't know what is written.
Most of the what?
This question.
Most of the LC, liquid chromatographic method, demand RI, ELSD or other detectors, derivatize these molecules, making them UV active. Yeah, so for measurement, if they are UV active, that will be better, but there must be other detectors possible for these molecules. Again, Dr. Das can probably, UV is not the only detector, I suppose.
So MSD, he also knows, I think he is talking about RI detector and all that.
Yeah, ELSD and...
Question seems to be reconfirming the understanding. Yeah. Can we have mic?
It's not working.
It's working.
So one is, what is the commercial feasibility of this surfactant? And the second one is, nowadays if you see most of these MNCs, they are moving towards more biodegradable, natural kind of surfactant. So what is the biodegradability and the naturality profile for this surfactant?
None of these I have studied the biodegradability.
Okay.
And you are welcome to sponsor a project with our group. We will do that and you can use the commercial viability of that.
Thank you, sir.
I think we have finished the questions. Anybody? Thank you so much, Professor Bhagwat, for a very enlightening and opening the account in a grand manner. I think a lot of thoughts would have got created in the minds of people, and the presentations that follow, they have a challenging task to deliver. Thank you so much. And we would like to...
Thank you, sir. I would request Mr. Shekhar Surve to felicitate Professor Sunil Bhagwat with the memento. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. As we all know, our today's seminar is supported by our 4 event partners. The first is Godrej Chemicals. Godrej Chemicals is a leading player in the chemical industry in India. With a legacy of innovations spanning decades, it specializes in diverse sectors, including oleochemicals, derivatives, and surfactant markets. Let's have an overview of the Godrej Chemicals. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Our next speaker is Dr. Amol Hivrale. I hope I have pronounced it correctly. Let me introduce Dr. Amol. He has PhD degree in biotechnology from School of Life Sciences, NMU, Jurgård, and Uppsala University, Sweden. He is a manager R&D handling biotechnology at Godrej Industries Limited since March 2022. He commercialized sophorolipids, biosurfactant along with various probiotics. He was senior manager R&D at NetSurf Communications Private Limited, Pune from January 18 to March 22, where he worked in the new product development of biostimulants, biopesticides, and biofertilizer, nutraceuticals, cosmetics, and home care. Prior to that, he was a manager bioproduct at Praj Industries Limited, Pune from December 2014 to December 2017, handling the formulation of bioproducts for agricultural and sugar industries. He has got a decade of experience related to the production and formulation of bio-based products. Let's hear him what Godrej has to offer on surfactant field. Over to Dr. Amol.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Kulkarni, Professor Amit Pratap, for inviting me for this lecture. Already we covered in a video about the Godrej Industries. I am not going, due to the time concern, I am not going to in detail about what we are doing. This is in general our philosophy of good and green, and This is what we are targeted, this is our goal and what we achieve till date. Next, in new product development we follow the James mantra. James is stand for the green and sustainable product, E stand for the economical and efficient product, and M stand for mild and multifunctional product. Moving toward the emerging area is a biosurfactant, is a step toward the sustainability. Why everyone is moving the biosustainability or sustainability point of view? This biosurfactant is now focused in last decade. This biosurfactant is made up of environmental friendly process, that is fermentation. Here is a use of bacteria, yeast, fungus to produce the biosurfactant. And of course we are using the renewable raw material sources. Sorry. Okay, we are using the renewable raw material sources, that is sugar and oil. Second, the produced product is fully biodegradable, whereas as a CMC value is very less, it's required a lower in concentration, and of course this product is a skin friendly. Next, in general, biosurfactant. Biosurfactant is a surface active molecule produced by the bacteria. It is nothing but the secondary metabolites secreted by the bacteria. Here is a two major component again, hydrophilic, hydrophobic molecule is comes from the sugar, whereas hydrophobic molecule comes from the fatty acid. There is always a controversy that bio-based surfactant and biosurfactant. Some bio-based surfactant like APG and all, here their use of renewable raw material, and the process is itself is a synthetic process, whereas the bio-based or microbial surfactant process is environmentally friendly and use bacteria itself secrete that raw material. The process we are following is a fermentation process. Here we use the different organism, microorganism, yeast, bacteria, fungi. We supply the specific nutrient to that organism, and again main raw material, that is sugar and fatty acid that comes from the oil source. This converted into the bacteria itself, converted into the product, that is biosurfactant. Here are three pictures. This is a crude surfactant that produced by the fermentation process. Next one is the surfactant produced by the little bit lower downstream process, and next one is a fully purified surfactant. When we consider the classification of this biosurfactant classified into the 5 category. One is a glycolipid, then lipidopeptide, then polysaccharide base, then polymeric and particulate. The glycolipid class of biosurfactant is a very promising class due to the commerciality viable. Because of the commerciality, now the organization is moving toward the biosurfactant class like rhamnolipid, soprolipid and MBL. While lipidopeptide biosurfactant is produced by using the lipid and a small chain of amino acid, that is peptide. The example surfactant. The problem with the lipidopeptide biosurfactant is the yield. Yield is very low in that lipidopeptide biosurfactant. There is a due to this there is a commercialization issue, and there is not too much research on polysaccharide based, long chain polysaccharide based or fatty acid with biosurfactant. This is overall classification of biosurfactant. The main class of glycolipid is a rhamnolipid. Here is simple. The rhamnose sugar is attached to the fatty acid. This rhamnose sugar, when one rhamnose sugar attached, is called as a monorhamnolipid, where two rhamnose sugar is attached, called as a dirhamnolipid. This depend on the structure of rhamnolipid, its property changes, whereas the dirhamnolipid having very good antimicrobial properties and detergency, whereas monorhamnolipid having very good wettability property. Next is a MEL. MEL is another class of biosurfactant. One more point is remaining. This rhamnolipid is produced by the pathogenic bacteria, that is Pseudomonas aeruginosa. Whereas the MEL is produced by the non-pathogenic pathogenic bacteria, and this MEL having means as a commercial point of view, this MEL having little bit lower yield due to this product not yet commercialized in anywhere. The major class we at Godrej we commercialize this product in a soprolipid, that is soprolipid. This soprolipid is divided structure wise divided into two parts. One part is a lactonic soprolipid and another part is a acidic soprolipid. This lactonic soprolipid itself is a closed ring structure, whereas acidic soprolipid itself is an open ring structure. This again lactonic soprolipid and acidic soprolipid divided into two other parts. That is acylated lactonic soprolipid and non-acylated lactonic soprolipid. Whereas same acidic soprolipid again divided into two parts, acylated acidic soprolipid and acetylated non-acetylated acidic soprolipid. When everyone is talking about it, this is specially slide I made, that is how biosynthesis of this soprolipid form. When we talk the glycerides is come from the oil source. The lipase enzyme is a pointer. This glyceride comes from the raw material supplied from oil source. This lipase enzyme, this all biosynthesis take place inside the body of the yeast cell. This lipase enzyme break down that glyceride or oil into the fatty acid, that converted into the fatty acid. Then another enzyme secreted by the organism is a cytochrome P4 monooxygenase. It's a monooxygenase means it converted fatty acid to the hydroxy fatty acid. Then the next enzyme secreted by the yeast cell, that is glucose transferase 1. That glucose transferase 1 is converted this attached sugar molecule, sucrose molecule to the fatty acid, that converted into the glucolipid. The next step is again second glucose transferase come, where that second glucose transferase convert glucolipid to the acidic soprolipid. And acidic soprolipid, there is another enzyme secreted by the bacteria, that is acetyl transferase. This acetyl transferase convert acidic soprolipid to the acetylated acidic soprolipid. Whereas this acidic soprolipid, again the enzyme lactase esterase is responsible. That lactase esterase is converted acidic soprolipid to the lactonized soprolipid. Again same enzyme, this acetyl transferase converted acetylated lactonic soprolipid. This is a comparative analysis of biosurfactant. When we talk about the CMC value of soprolipid is 40 mg, rhamnolipid having more lows, it is 20, whereas surfactant is a 15 and whereas MEL is a 15. When we talk about the IFT value, interfacial tension is a 1.86, rhamnolipid having a 2 and surfactant having a 1. When we talk about the SFT value is near about almost same. This is a feature of this soprolipid. This is an amphiphilic molecule having low CMC and low interfacial tension, whereas it also acts as a super emulsifier. It forms the super emulsion or micro or nano emulsion. This molecule itself non-irritant to the skin and environment friendly also and skin friendly also. This soprolipid molecule is stable over the wide range of pH, wide range of temperature and wide range of salinity also. This improves the bioavailability of actives, and on this basis we filed the 2 patents on bioavailability active, and which is one patent is based on the TB and second patent is based on the nasal spray. Second, this property, this soprolipid having both acidic lactonic, the acidic form of this soprolipid gives the more framing, where lactonic form of soprolipid gives the antimicrobial characteristics. And now in Godrej we are producing the acidic lactonic ratio 50-50. When we talk about the interfacial tension and comparison with the other surfactant, this soprolipid is a lower interfacial tension as compared to the other chemical based surfactant or other bio based surfactant. When we talk about the CMC value, again CMC value is low, that's why requirement in a formulation system is little bit lower as compared to the other chemical and bio based surfactant. This is the emulsification properties of this soprolipid in combination with individual or in combination with the SLS. And we found that this soprolipid having great emulsification property as compared to the other biosurfactant, other chemical based surfactant. And this is a biodegradable profile we did with the soprolipid, and we found that in 28 days this is a totally biodegradable. And we also checked the antimicrobial efficacy of this soprolipid, and we found that this is excellent against the all gram positive, gram negative fungus, then yeast. And there is one patent, one more patent we file and commercialize one product based on the for M-furfur degradation, that is an excellent anti-dandruff molecule. When we talk about the application, this biosurfactant applied in the all personal care industries, in cosmetic also, in a home care, starting from the floor cleaner to a liquid laundry detergent. It also helpful in animal nutrition also. This soprolipid or other biosurfactant helps in a plant nutrition also. Then as antimicrobial characteristics, this is also helpful in agriculture as a plant protection. Where one of our collaborator did the fruit and vegetable wash with the soprolipid, and they found that this soprolipid having the excellent activity for pesticide removal. Besides this, we also developed some blend with this soprolipid. That is, blend is a natural preservative blend, and this is also as an active carrier antibacterial activity. And parallelly, when we talk about the cleaning properties, this soprolipid can be applied in hard surface cleaning, wastewater treatment, as well as enhanced oil recovery. There are some challenges we are facing as an industry of biosurfactant. The challenges is the cost is very high. We cannot the competitive market cannot we cannot compete with this market. The reason this cost is high due to the cost of raw material and process cost also. We required almost 5 to 6 days to produce the soprolipid. Second challenge we are facing is that scalability of this surfactant. Especially is required the specialized person to scale up all these biosurfactant. Second, last challenge we are facing, that is use of pathogenic bacteria in a rhamnolipid specifically. This is a concern, and the microbes maybe sometimes you cannot filter, or DSP process is not followed properly. Some bacteria can pass through that. This is overall about what challenges we are facing. This is yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amol. We can have questions. Very interesting topic. Yes. Professor Bhagwat.
In the biosynthesis slide, you showed a step where alkane got converted to alcohol.
Yes.
So I was interested in that point, and if you can make alkane to alcohol microbially, that by itself becomes a very important raw material.
What happens? Any biological process means we are tackling with the living organism. Bacteria is a living organism. When bacteria is going to adapt to utilize the fatty acid come from the oil source, and that fatty acid, bacteria itself start the conversion of alkane to the aldehyde.
I'm not talking about oil source, not triglyceride. You should alkane to
alkane. It's a bacteria itself in the body of yeast.
So why can't we exploit that step itself for a commercial production of alcohol?
We can exploit.
Because the cost of let's say fatty alcohol through the normal chemical process and something one step process from alkane.
Yeah, we can do it.
Can we have more questions? Yeah.
You said that the reaction time will be 5 to 6 days. But what is the quantity you are taking for that 5 to 6 days?
It's depend on the yield of which biosurfactant is produced. When we talk about the soprolipid having very good yields. That's why soprol is an easily commercialized molecule. When we talk about the rhamnolipid is little bit lower yield than soprolipid. When we talk about the MEL having a yield is only 50 gram per liter. It depend on which biosurfactant you are producing.
And what are the side products? Are any impurities are forming there?
There is no impurities. We are following the DS, means downstreaming process, where you got a purified product. And what is the first of all, we are adding sugar and fatty acid. Impurity is only based on that sugar and fatty acid. With impurity is nothing but the unconsumed fatty acid and unconsumed sugar. And sugar can wash out by the water wash and that, whereas fatty acid is removed by the solvent distillation.
So how the reaction monitoring will be takes place?
Reaction monitoring is based on the optimized parameters. Means we are deciding, we are producing soprolipid, we optimize the something desired pH for that production. We optimize the ratio of which how many fatty acid at this stage required, how many sugar at this stage required, and based on we calculate the yield. Now this at 12 hour this is yield, 48 hour this is yield, and like that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, doctors. Good presentation. So this saprolipid you said works as an adjuvant in the crop protection.
Yes.
So what is the exact principle? How it works? Is it?
It is easily means it has a wettability property. Okay. Individually it cannot work as an adjuvant, but you have to make a formulation with some fatty acid, other fatty acid. There is lower chain fatty acid, and this lower chain fatty acid and soprolipid makes more product as an adjuvant, mere contact angle lower side and like that.
So like it deprives the insects the oxygen. Is that how it works?
No, sir.
Or is the insecticide itself by property?
Means soprolipid, it's having the antibacterial activity, antiviral activity. It's actually, it helps active molecule to promote the activity.
Okay.
Means in that case, your active doses will become down.
Okay, thank you.
There are a few questions on online, if we do not have any offline question. One Mr. Aman is asking, can we use some chemical surfactants for separation of microbial surfactants from the broth? For example, anionic biosurfactant combined with cationic and separate from the broth using petroleum ether. That's the question.
Petroleum ether or any solvent, it is little bit harsh chemical. We are in Godrej, we are not following too much harsh chemical. We are trying to avoid the solvent system from the production, and we are in the stage, means before that we are using 100% solvent system. Almost now we are reduces the solvent system by 90%. Like that.
The second question is, rhamnolipids is crucial behavior that its aggregation size reduces as the concentration increases.
Yes.
If this is true, what could be the possible reason for this kind of behavior?
This is due to the viscous nature of the rhamnolipid. Means simple example, rhamnolipid is produced by the bacteria which is causing a pneumonia. When we talk about the pneumonia in a body itself, its lungs is totally coagulated. This is coagulation is between, so that pseudomonas organism secreted something sticky substances like that.
Okay. There are a couple of more questions. how to control foaming in broth while production of biosurfactant. I don't know whether it is relevant to this lecture.
It is relevant to this lecture. There is some issue because this is all a surfactant, and this surfactant creates some foaming. Specifically, this problem is arise when we talk about the surfactant or lower size biosurfactant. There is you have to changes in your fermentation system to collect the all foams. And parallelly you have to make a different system, means totally you have to make an adjustment foam, a collection of foam, and then you have to collect the product from a foam.
So a lot of process controls.
Yes, it's a process control.
It's good to know that biosurfactant is commercially viable. This is a question from MSD. I hope it is not MS Dhoni. It's good to know that biosurfactant is commercially viable. How do you see with time to improve batch cycle time and also the cost of production of these surfactants as enzymes and make it operations, it is truncated. I hope it means that how to reduce the operations cost.
Its operation cost is based on this specifically when we got a very, we have to optimize the production process. Now exactly, suppose right now we are using 200 hours. How to reduce that up to the 120 hours, 140 hours? That will be reduce your operational cost. Means when we divide the cost, the raw material cost is lower side, whereas purification cost of this surfactant is higher side. And for that purpose, remove the solvent from the system and use the other method to purify the product.
There is one broad question from Mr. Sant Pathak. Which surfactant is better for nanoparticles applications? Maybe.
I have no idea. I am not nanotechnology expert.
So maybe he can get answer as we progress in the remaining presentation. There is one more question from Mr. Abhishek Srikanth. Is there any effect of temperature on the stability / structural properties of these biosurfactants?
Yes, after 90 degree there is effect on temperature and structural property. When we talk about the soprolipid having two part. One is acidic soprolipid and one lactonic soprolipid. Acidic soprolipid is open rings, whereas lactonic is a closed ring. After a certain time, 100 degree or more, this lactonic ring is going to open, and that this lactonic soprolipid converted into the acidic soprolipid.
Okay, so you suggest any temperature range?
Temperature is below the 90 degree, it is best.
Okay. More questions are coming. Yeah, please.
Hello. Sir, the sofrolipids and amylolipids are both anionic, and the MEL is a non-ionic surfactant.
Yes.
So if he can use this surfactant as a commercialized, it can be better emulsion property, and it's with the triglycerides can give good.
The problem with MEL is a commercialization. The yield is very low, and as yield low, cost will be going very high. Whereas the soprolipid or amylolipid, you have been easily commercialized. That's why soprolipid only the product in a biosurfactant category that is easily commercialized. And one of the company in Europe that that commercialized the amylolipid also.
MEL is yet commercialized?
Not yet, not yet.
Okay.
Sir, during the downstreaming, you mentioned using less solvent volume. So, what other downstreaming alternative procedures can be applied to actually reduce the solvent wastage?
There is I cannot give this answer right now because there is some we are following and we are going for a patent and all. There is a different steps you have to follow. You have to alter the current existing method.
Okay. Any on the basis of pH or maybe?
Maybe.
Okay, maybe. Thank you so much.
You have to work more on this on your own, it seems.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
There are a couple of more questions. I hope there are no offline questions. Then I can get these answered. One student is asking Mr. Yuvan Shankar Raj, as I am a BSc chemistry graduate, how can I study the surfactants and their concepts? Could you please suggest to me an effective solution? It's a very broad-based questions. Maybe the professors can address it better. So, one last question from online. What is the shelf life of biosurfactants? Yeah, Mr. Yuvan, you can visit the page of Professor Bhagwat to get more answers. He has got a lot of videos uploaded already.
Shelf life of biosurfactant is 1 year, but we are working on to increase the shelf life of biosurfactant to up to the 2 years and all.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Amol. Very highly interactive session.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And as we progress, more and more interest is getting created. Mind is opening up. So let's hear from 3 more experts, and let's felicitate Dr. Amol for this wonderful presentation.
Thank you, sir.
It's fine. Thank you very much, sir. Our next event partner, Viswaat Chemicals. Viswaat Chemicals Limited is a leading manufacturer and supplier of specialty chemicals, catering to various industries, including agriculture, construction, and cosmetics. Now let's take a look at their organizational voyage through a video.
The journey of Viswaat began in the year 1996 with a dream to make its mark in the global specialty chemical sector. During this period, the company was established and since grown by investing in evolving and sustainable technologies and processes, thereby giving a foothold in key product portfolio. Specialty chemicals, esters and polymers, pharma excipients and intermediates. In the non-ionic surfactants space, Viswaat is the market leader with more than 200 products sold both domestically and internationally in more than 30 countries. Viswaat throughout its journey has adopted in-house know-how, be it in research and development, engineering or continual improvement, and while doing so, has consistently met the requirements of its customers and vendors with respect to quality, quantity, and on-time delivery. The company's customer profile includes the likes of some of the leading Indian and foreign multinational companies based out of both India and the overseas markets. We take immense pride in the fact that our R&D center has been approved by the DSIR under the Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India. This recognition is a testimony of our commitment to modernization and resonates with our culture of being open to continual improvement and novel ideas. The company has 2 manufacturing locations, the first one being located at Ambernath, which was established in the year 2004, and the second one at Dahej, Gujarat, which came up in the year 2019. Viswaat commissioned its second unit in the year 2019, which is a state-of-the-art manufacturing facility at Dahej. The entire production setup is a fully automated process controlled through a DCS system. The company has a land parcel of 18 acres and in phase 1 itself, a capacity of 60,000 metric tons per year consisting of surfactants, polymers and esters was installed. The second phase of capacity expansion will help the company in doubling its volume over the current levels. Both the locations, that is Ambernath and Dahej, are situated near Viswaat's customers, vendors and the key ports located in the western coast of India, ensuring a better edge across its supply chain, which is a key driver for growth. In line with the sustainability resolutions, the company has invested in the responsible care platform way back, and today Viswaat is an RC logo holder since the last many years of its operations. ICC Award for Excellence in Management of Environment, Kosher and Halal Certified, FSSAI Certified. In the process of obtaining GMP and FDA approvals for pharma excipients and intermediates. With the above being ingrained as a cohesive team, we strongly believe in creating value for money, for people, for machine, for product and for the environment.
Thank you. Over to you, sir.
I have pleasure in welcoming Professor R.D. Kulkarni on the dais, our next speaker for the evening. Professor Kulkarni holds a PhD degree in Engineering and Technology. He is currently Vice Chancellor of University of Mumbai, India since June 2023. Prior to that, he was a Senior Professor, Department of Oils, Oleochemicals and Surfactants Technology, ICT Mumbai since August 2020. He was Director, University Institute of Chemical Technology, UICT North Maharashtra University, Jalgaon, Maharashtra since 2015, November 16. Some of his research highlights areas of research in chemical modification of fats, high performance oleochemicals and specialty surfactants. He has got 60 international publications under his belt, 95 invited talks, 3 patents, 19 PhD students and 64 MTech students. Please welcome Professor R.D. Kulkarni.
Thank you, Dr. Shekhar Surve. All the dignitaries, Professor Bhagwat, who delivered the initial talk, and that is how it has started creating an interest in surfactant. And probably as we move from one session to another session, we found a very increased participation of the audience in terms of asking questions. That naturally shows your keen interest in this area and of course your greater awareness about the field. Particularly, I just wish to cover in this particular talk a primary theme, that surfactant as a molecule, when you look at from the perspective of an organic chemistry. So what we normally expect for an organic molecule is to be pure and then determine its properties correspondingly in reference to applications. On the other hand, when we talk about surfactant as a system, although being a majority of the surfactants being organic derivatives only, silicones may be an exception. But then, when we look at surfactant as a product, either in the form of formulation, either in the form of derivatives, okay, we would see that in each product, the surfactant in many numbers would have been packed together. And it's probably rather than just talking about, so when say for example when we talk about sulfosuccinate as a commodity, Actually, what is being expected from a structure, and when we look at actual composition, then we would find the sulfosuccinate moiety will comprise of at least 70 to 80 different molecules taken together. And the overall impact of a surfactant as a molecule leading to diverse applications would be based on combination of those. And this particular factor needs to be appreciated very well. So the entire theme probably would like to cover certain examples, each from anionic, cationic and non-anionic surfactants, just to highlight that combining different molecules together, either with reference to hydrophobic carbon number or by changing the ion pair connected with the anion cation, okay, so we find lot of changes in the properties. In that way, I just would like to take up examples one by one. To begin with the most researched surfactant, linear alkyl benzene sulfonate, because it's a second generation, we all understand that it is the workhorse of the detergent industry. Now, when you look at the structure as an example of a linear alkyl benzene sulfonate, normally either we call it a dodecyl benzene sulfonate or tridecyl benzene sulfonate, but in reality it is never a C12 alone or C13 alone, it's a mixture, and that mixture makes a lot of impact. Besides that, the structural correlations in terms of the attachment of the functional group will also lead to a lot of diversity. Looking at linear alkyl benzene sulfonate as a alkyl portion which is getting Friedel-Crafts alkylated with benzene, and then you have a sulfonate at a para position. Now the way the alkylate portion gets connected to the benzene, okay, there we would find, although the regular scheme of manufacture starts with paraffin converted into olefin, which is subjected to Friedel-Crafts alkylation through the choice of various catalysts. There we will observe so there we would observe that when an olefin tries to get connected with benzene, although so you may start with a pure olefin molecule having, let us say, double bond in the center, we naturally expect benzene to be attached to the central position. However, it appears that even when we start with an olefin, let us say a carbon number of C12 with a double bond in the central position 5 to 6, in reality the product will always comprise all secondary attachment possible from 2 to 11, and that provides lot of structural diversity. If now when we are looking at one particular olefin molecule as a starting feedstock, then probably at least 11 derivatives would have been possible. And when you take up olefin as a mixture ranging from, say, let us say C8 to C14 moiety, we would expect 100 different combinations that would emerge upon. Now what will have its impact on? So we will take up one example, primarily connected with the linear alkyl benzene sulfonate, where looking at a terminally attached linear alkyl benzene and a centrally attached centrally attached linear alkyl benzene, what will happen? Now, as I said, there are 3 catalytic processes, and each catalytic process has its own impact on the composition of the final product. Normally, the impact of catalyst on this final product could have been governed or could have been controlled or could have been decided in terms of 4 different variables. One naturally would have been the molecular weight, okay, which is based on the starting feedstock. Another, as I said, like the kind of attachment which olefin and benzene would prefer to have, and based on richness of a particular portion. So taking up 2-phenyl as an example, a terminal attachment, okay, so we would see that the 3 different catalytic processes will cover the linear alkyl benzene sulfonate into 2 different combinations. One as a high 2-phenyl content system, and second as a low 2-phenyl content system. So what we notice, say for example,
if you talk about a fixed bed zeolite catalase process, then we will observe it will have roughly 2 phenyl content close to the level of 25 to 30%. So is the case with aluminum chloride catalase process. On the other hand, when you use hydrofluoric acid as a superacid catalyst, we find the 2-phenyl isomer content being drastically reduced. So that comes out to the level of 16 to 17. Now what would make a difference if you have a 16 to 17 2-phenyl isomer as against 25 to 30% of 2-phenyl? What will be the major impact? The main impact will naturally be connected with the solubility. The high 2-phenyl isomers are known to be more soluble in comparison to a low 2-phenyl component or counterpart itself. So naturally, a linear alkene benzene say obtained by a HF catalyzed process will have different ways of formulation applications, and those obtained from the zeolite or AlCl3 will have a different domain. Now, so that's one part. Second part, as I said, like connected with that, each system is likely to have always an impurity. Always keep in mind that any surfactant synthesis will always provide certain level of impurity profile, and particularly whenever you are going for pharmaceutical applications, there we will find the impurity profile needs to be drastically controlled. Like with linear alkene benzene sulfonate, through Friedel calculation, we will find the dialkyl tetylene, DAT, as one of the impurity. Now whether that is an impurity desirable or undesirable, okay, that would again be decided by the kind of application that we are looking for. If you talk about the dialkyl tetylene content from 3 different processes, we would observe AlCl3 catalyst process provides DAT content sometimes more than 10%. On the other hand, remaining 2 processes are providing less than 1% or many times less than 0.5%. What will happen if you are going for a higher DAT content, and what will happen if you are going for a low DAT content? Naturally, when we are looking from a biodegradability aspects, having DAT is not a right option. But when I am looking for a formulation as a liquid detergent, probably I will have something, some different concept in mind while developing the formulation. Molecular weight, as I said, okay, each country or each zone, each industry has a certain preference with reference to molecular weight, which is normally arranged in the level of 230 to 250 for a linear alkene benzene, or a carbon number close to C12. Some of them prefer to have 11.3, some of them prefer to have mean carbon number around 11.6. What will happen with that molecular weight change? Okay, we expect a rise in molecular weight of a linear alkene benzene will increase or will provide higher viscosity, will reduce solubility. With reduction in solubility, there will be increase in hard water sensitivity. So the hard water tolerance will go down, and the foaming capability will go down. On the other hand, as we have more hydrophobe, the surface activity will go on increasing. Now, as far as molecular weight is concerned, in the way you are using your product will make a difference. Say for example, if you are using product in a soft water area, or if you are using product detergency at a high temperature, then having a high molecular weight will always be a preferred option, because that will provide a higher surface activity. Since we have a soft water, so hard water tolerance will not make much impact. As far as low or high 2-phenyl isomer content is concerned, okay, let us look at this particular graph where we will get an idea how same linear alkene benzene sulfonate as a molecule could provide 2 different perspectives altogether from the detergent formulations. So what we would see, one which is produced, the fixed bed zeolite catalyst process. Okay, if you observe in the lower part, say like this particular curvature is connected with the linear alkene benzene sulfonate formulated as a detergent at different actives as a part of liquid detergent. So what we notice, now we expect with rise in active matter, we expect the cloud point to be changed. with Dettol process where you have a high to phenyl content. So we would see that the cloud point of the final linear alkylene sulfonate, even at a level of 25% active matter, will remain well below 0 degree centigrade. On the other hand, if you take the case of hydrofluoric catalyzed system, then we would observe that particularly for a 25% active matter, the linear alkene benzene sulfonate, which is now low to phenyl isomer, will have cloud point close to 15 degrees centigrade. That naturally affects the clarity of a liquid detergent product, and we will have to add lot of hydrotopes, and the addition of hydrotope, addition of solvent will increase the cost of the formulation. Look at the other part. As I said with DAT part, it's a impurity and naturally not desirable from the perspective of biodegradability. But from the perspective of the formulation, if you look at, a high DAT normally promotes more solubility and eliminates the requirement of a hydrotope. Even for high to phenyl isomer, which is known to promote solubility, okay, if you just have a comparison, let us say a linear alkene benzene sulfonate being formulated at a percentage active of say 15, and with a normal combination with, because it's a liquid detergent, so we would be talking about use of cocoamide, let us say at 3%. So we would observe that whenever you are switching from a 0 DAT to a high DAT, let us say 8 to 9%, then a 15% detergent active with a high to phenyl content, which has naturally very good solubility, will have without the DAT will have viscosity of the order of around 1300 centipoise. On the other hand, with incorporation of the DAT, okay, which is naturally carried with the production process itself, the viscosity will drop down drastically to 600, reducing the requirement of solvents or hydrotopes corresponding. This is just a one particular way, that is how a perspective can go into the formulation of a liquid detergent. Taking up another example, okay, we are well aware with sodium lauryl sulfate, sodium lauryl ether sulfate as a surfactant which goes in all kinds of the home care and personal care products, and there we would find that whether it is a face wash, whether it is toothpaste, oral care, skin care, whatever. So you will find these two surfactants being made. Now here particularly any say SLS, or SLES is always being presented as SLS or sodium diodecyl sulfate, expecting that it has a carbon number around C12, but which is not the real case. In actual reality, you will find the SLS can have a carbon number with great diversity. And with great diversity in carbon number, you will find lot of changes in the foaming properties. So one has to be careful while dealing with SLS or SLES kind of stuff. So let us look at that. So when you have a SLS with 99% C12, okay, the foaming properties would have been far different when we talk about something as C12 to C18, okay, where you have a broader carbon number range from C12 to C18. You will find with moving from C12 to C12-18, there is drastic decrease in the foaming capability, which we'll have to keep in mind. So probably C12 to C18 may give you all-round detergency, but if you're looking at SLS as a foamer, as a part of toothpaste or something, then we need to look at C12 as something more. Now when you move for SLES, okay, so you will find a slight addition of ethylene oxide molecule, not more. So we are adding just 2 to 3 molecules of ethylene oxide per mole of lauryl alcohol. So you will find a C12 to C14 foaming property if you look at, and C12 to C14 with 2 molecules of ethylene oxide. Okay, the foaming property would have jumped to a very high value. Or when you move from just one more average ethylene oxide addition to the level of 3, you will find a further jump. So the point that we would like to drive, that whenever you are examining a surfactant, okay, we need to appreciate that it is composed of several compounds together, and the overall impact of the surfactant on the final property of the detergent would have been given by the overall combinations of those materials itself. SLES, for example, with 2 to 3 ethyl oxide molecule, there will be around 50 moieties taken together, which needs to be properly analyzed in terms of all property that we are looking at. As far as the ionic surfactants are concerned, we always look for certain solubility considerations based on craft temperature. On the other hand, for non-ionic surfactant, we look for cloud point as one of the important parameters deciding the solubility. So craft point temperature is something as a triple point, equivalent to triple point of water, which will have a right equilibrium between a surfactant crystal, micellar solution and molecular solution. For a SLS, as a taking up an example, for a normal SLS, the craft temperature would have been 22 degrees centigrade. What does that mean? Okay, normally we are going for, whenever we are looking for such surfactants, okay, we would like to see that they are being used in that domain where their solubility is very high. Craft temperature is one above which the solubility of the surfactant becomes enormous or very high, and actually that would have been a preferred result. So a surfactant SLS with a C12 number having craft temperature around around 22 degrees centigrade may not be an useful moiety whenever you are talking about the formulation to be handled at low temperature like 10 degrees centigrade. So that may make a difference. So in that case, how do you alter? So how do you take the help of structure activity relationship? SLS as a pure will have a craft temperature around 22 degrees centigrade, but if you go for the other carbon number range together, so in under foaming property I have just compared C12 versus C12 to C18. Now C12 to C18 may have a very low foam point, but the advantage of having a larger carbon number range is to have a drastic change in the craft temperature. So the craft temperature could be reduced directly from 22 degrees centigrade to 10 degrees centigrade, giving the advantage to the formulator for going for a larger concentration of SLS very easily. So that is how it would look. That is how one can look at in anionic surfactant in terms of the solubility temperature relationship. Taking up another example, okay, from a representative cationic surfactant, we are well aware it's being used as an antimicrobial agent, it is being used as a hair conditioner, it is being used as a fabric softener, and likewise many areas. Let us concentrate particularly on antimicrobial property, where we would like to understand how the structure activity correlations would have been connected with an antimicrobial activity. From that reference, if you just take up an example of a overall class of cationic surfactant, that is say quaternary ammonium compounds, under quaternary ammonium compounds itself will find 7 different categories to be decided, of course as a part of generation, as a part of continuous development, but more on the property of more on the basis of increased antimicrobial effectiveness. Say for example, taking up the first generation alkyl dimethyl benzyl ammonium chloride, okay, which is known to be which is still being used as a antimicrobial compound, having very good antimicrobial effectiveness. Of course, when you compare alkyl dimethyl benzyl ammonium chloride and a similar like cetyl trimethyl ammonium chromide, that is, instead of benzyl group you will have third methyl group, cetyl trimethyl ammonium bromide and cetyl dimethyl benzyl ammonium bromide. Even if you compare, you will find the introduction of aromatic moiety has led to rise in antimicrobial activity. It leads to rise in hydrophobicity. That is how it leads to a right cell wall disruption and provides a antimicrobial activity 1 order more than cetyl trimethyl ammonium bromide. But say providing antimicrobial activity is not the only requirement. Okay, we would like to see that antimicrobial agent must be safe for use also. It has to be non-toxic. So cytotoxicity, reduced cytotoxicity with increased antimicrobial activity must go hand in hand. And from that perspective, these generations have been added, categories across. So we would find second generation where the antimicrobial effectiveness was increased by adding substituents like say for example ethyl being presented here. Then moving ahead, okay, so where probably rather than going for dependence of benzene which provides some kind of a biodegradability issue, some kind of an carcinogenic issue, some kind of an toxicity. So replacing it by altogether and going going for dialkyl dimethyl ammonium bromide. Okay, so cetyl alone did not provide, but when you go for two alkyl groups and arrange a right carbon number, okay, which provides a third generation, will provide a very rise in antimicrobial activity, provides the development of a multi-layer deposition on the microbial cell wall in a shortest period, providing very high kill rate and at the same time a very good reduced cytotoxicity. However, as we move ahead and we talk about, say for example, something when we talk about say for example an operation theatre of a surgeon where we need to have a complete safety, or we are talking about a food plant where we require a very high degree of sterilization. So there probably you require still higher level of antimicrobial activity with with broad spectrum activity itself, and that leads to subsequent development. So we would talk about use of Gemini surfactants, okay, which will provide a double chain surfactants or their synergistic combination, and currently we are talking about like a polymeric cationic surfactant starting from PQ6 to PQ72, which provides a broader range of antimicrobial activity. Now looking at what goes into structure activity principle. Okay. So one of the key idea that we get, like say while talking about design of a antimicrobial surfactant, okay, it need to be an efficient antimicrobial compound, but should not disturb mammalian cell walls. There is definitely a good difference between bacterial cell wall and a mammalian cell wall, but many of the cationic quaternary ammonium compounds lack the selectivity, and that becomes a key important issue. So from that angle, okay, some important developments need to be conducted. So one of the idea is to talk about the process parameters, okay, so that let us understand the temperature coefficient of a surfactant. Here we observe a very curious observation. What is that? Whenever you are increasing temperature, okay, maybe arithmetically, okay, so maybe like 5, 10, 15, likewise, we find the effectiveness of antimicrobial agent in killing bacteria increases geometrically, and one comes across several different examples. Say for example, talking about a typically dodecyl trimethyl ammonium bromide, if you talk about, or say dodecyl dimethyl benzyl ammonium chloride, if you talk about that, okay, which is a first generation surfactant, okay, we would find change from 20 degrees centigrade to 55 degrees centigrade, okay, we'll find the rise in antimicrobial effectiveness will increase almost by 7 times more. Okay, that provides a very high proportionate. Okay, the temperature has been just doubled, but the antimicrobial effectiveness has increased by 7. Now talking about something in addition, okay, because we would like to have a very high level of cytotoxicity. So there some new design principles are coming into effect. So what's an idea? There we are talking about biomimetic principle. Okay. So we would like to understand the way human cells provide response to infection, attack through infection. We understand that all complex living forms provide certain kind of a response, immune response in terms of generation of short peptide system with a diverse sequences, which is in amphiphilic in nature and provides a good immune response. So taking clue from that, okay, which provides a very good resistance against bacteria, okay, taking clue from that, okay, one can have a development of biomimetic systems based on cationic surfactant. That is how we could think about. Another part, okay, supramolecular systems, okay, we are well aware that the surfactants are known to form micelles, and if you take up this micellar system which forms a supramolecular assemblies, conversion of a molecular system to a supramolecular system will provide larger availability, larger bioavailability of surfactant for killing microorganisms, and that will provide a better effectiveness against reduced cytotoxicity. Now what was the initial principle which was being thought under 6th generation, where Gemini surfactants were thought of? Gemini surfactants were very effective, but however their toxicity also got multiplied simultaneously, being a twin chain system. So there, it was thought that let us replace part of the functionality with biomolecules like, let us say, cyclodextrin or amino or amide functionality itself. And however, that led to, while it has become safer, that led to drop in activity. So we need something different. So here we have a biomimetic principle where we are talking about cationic surfactants which are likely to form variety of the supramolecular assemblies, like as we would see now let us look at dioctadecyl dimethyl ammonium chloride. So it's a dialkyl system, okay, which can provide the molecular assemblies in supra form at a very low concentration itself. So one can either use bilayer, which is combined with a let us say inert polymers like carboxymethyl cellulose, combined with a polymeric cationic surfactant like PQ6, PDDA, and then if you talk about their use for bioavailability, for delivery of drug, for delivery of vaccines, okay, so then, or genes, okay, gene therapy. Okay, one of the examples that has been cited is, say, use of a non-steroidal drug, indomethacin, okay, which is known to be, okay, which is known to have a very powerful effect in closing down the heart defect of a premature baby. But the bioavailability is very poor. So a combination of dioctadecyl dimethyl ammonium bromide with say PQ6 kind of a cationic polymeric surfactant and carboxymethyl cellulose will provide easy availability or bioavailability of the concerned injection. Or talking about another example, okay, where we are talking about rather than going for a natural polymer, now you are talking about a synthetic system. So primarily the idea is that you would like to have a biological functionality with flexibility of a synthetic molecule. So talking about a combination of dioctadecyl dimethyl ammonium bromide in combination with polystyrene sulfate nanoparticle together, which will provide a dynamic channel to the one of the antimicrobial peptide, which is known to provide very good elimination of infections connected to dermatological infection and ophthalmic infection. So this provides a certain example, okay, where we just by going different structure activity principle, one can think. Taking up a say how much time? 5. So taking up the next example from the non-annexer. Purposely the sucrose polyester has been chosen because now we are in a way we under non-ionic surfactant we are having ethoxylate based, propoxylate based as a principal surfactant system. Wherever we are talking about probably something an alternative, alkyl polyglycosides, sucrose polyesters, glucamides or something, these non-ionic surfactants are being presented as an alternative. Let us talk about this sucrose polyester. Sucrose, as you see, there are 8 hydroxyl groups available, and whenever you are conducting base catalyst transesterification, okay, we would expect different substitutions. And while you conduct base catalyst synthesis, okay, by of course tailoring properly by tailoring a proper control on the synthesis, one can control the degree of substitution. But then, so visualizing that there are 8 potential hydroxyl groups. Okay, so with one being monoester, and as it proceeds diester, triester, tetraester, or you can have even all 8 hydroxyl group completely esterified. What will have an impact on the final property? Sucrose polyester normally presented as a surfactant moiety, either as sucrose monoester and diester, because those two have a right tuning with reference to surface active property. Whenever you are talking about something more than 6, 7 or 8 kind of a substitution, it will talk about something as a alternative or as a fat replacer. So that altogether is a different domain and has no correlation with the fat. So something restricting the degree of transesterification well below 4, okay, how would you find the differences in the surface activity or properties of surface activity for a sucrose polyester with differences in the degree of substitution? Let us take one example, like where we would like to have sucrose monoester to be around 70% and balance being 30%. So with that, we would find the HLB of sucrose monoester rich compound to be around 15, which provides a good applications under detency or solubilizer. When I'm talking about moving from 70% to 50-50, that is 50% monoester and 50% remaining diester, triester, tetraester. Okay, we would find the drop in HLB moving from 15 to 11, okay, which will change the entire application domain from detergency to the oil in water emulsifier. On the other hand, if you go for a reversal, like I have talked about 70-30 monoester, monoester and balance. Let us have a reverse way. 30% monoester and 70% di, tri and polyester taken together. You will find a change in HLB directly from 15 to 6, where 15 corresponds to detergency, while 6 will correspond to water in oil emulsifier. So a same compound, but with changes in the composition, we would be able to tune a lot of changes in the property. For particularly, I will just come to the last part, like taking up an example of an amphoteric, and then there is. Under amphoteric surfactants, okay, we would find different 5 subgroups that are naturally coming forward. Okay, but betaine and the corresponding derivatives appears to be more predominant. Now, in comparison to first 3, okay, which are bulk produced materials, what are probably the challenges that we are talking about amphoteric surfactant? Okay, we come across with reference to amphoteric surfactant that they are always produced at dilute solutions. Unlike the first example which we have taken up, LABS. Why it was popular? Because it can be stored easily, it can be readily transported at a concentration equivalent to 96%, which is unparalleled with other surfactants. On the other hand, amphoterics are seldom manufactured at a concentration of 20 or more than 20 to 30% and with some amount of salt content. Many times, the synthesis needs to be properly monitored. Unfortunately, the complete understanding of the amphoteric surfactant has not arrived even today. We do find that with the availability of more powerful ultra-scientific tools, now we are undertaking the analysis of the amphoteric surfactant. We do realize that the product needs to be properly tuned in terms of the composition if you would like to realize the proper use, because it's one of the expensive and it is normally used as a secondary surfactant in combination with anionic and non-anionic surfactant for providing mildness, providing foam boosting and other properties. So we need here a right tuning of the structure from the perspective of the complete utilization of amphoteric surfactant. So that was from my side. I just wanted to present few examples which will highlight the right structure activity correlations with reference to different diverse industrial applications. Same molecule tailored properly, tuned separately will provide a different application. Thanks to all of you.
Thank you, Professor Kulkarni. I think it has been a wonderful presentation, and if we allow him to go on, he will possibly go on for the whole night and present various research things. But good to create a thought process by sharing the process that Professor Kulkarni has followed in understanding the surfactant chemistry and giving 2 specific examples. We can have a few questions, maybe related to what he has shared, maybe beyond that also. Yeah.
These surfactants which we have all discussed, there's biosurfactants which are degradable over the time, but about this synthetic surfactants, how this degradability over the time and this effect on the environment. How you react?
So normally surfactants could have been coming from 2 different feedstock, one based on petroleum, petrochemical, and the other based on fat-based surfactant. So in one of the presentation, in fact, one biochemical pathway was presented. That biochemical pathway itself highlights that the molecules which are even in carbon number and state chain, would have been naturally biodegradable, because that is how it's an outcome either of biochemical synthesis or metabolism. And fat-based surfactants have a carbon number in the range of C12 to C18. So that makes them ideally well suited for biodegradability itself. On the other hand, when we talk about, say for example, LABS, linear alkyl bensulfonate, by virtue of presence of benzene, it is supposed to have a 90% biodegradability and would be there in the domain for a longer period. So as such, there are certain rules of thumb connected with the biodegradability. Okay, one is like we would like to have minimum branching, we'd like to have a straight chain, even carbon number, and certain functionalities which are based on oleochemicals itself. So that will provide a natural way of a biodegradability capability itself. Now, say for example, when we were talking about industrial emulsifier, their alkyl phenol ethoxylates were one of the key surfactant being used for a long period, and it is known to be very strong in terms of an application, but it is toxic and non-biodegradable. That's how it is being slowly phased out by replacement. So moving away from the petrochemical feedstocks to the fat-based systems, or probably more on biosource based, where fat, proteins and carbohydrates taken together, okay, would form the right basis of a surfactant of 5th or 6th generation, which will provide a very good biodegradability, which will provide very good biocompatibility, which will provide non-toxicity, which will provide mildness to skin as well as eyes also. So that's a primary key requirement. So we would find that now the recent examples are always coined on the basis of fat, protein combined together, fat, carbohydrate combined together, and that's how, and the biosurfactant that in another presentation which was delivered. So there again we would find such systems to be very good in biodegradability.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
There are a couple of questions come observations on the online platform. One Mr. Aman is asking, as per your 5th or 6th slide, the addition of benzene or hydrophobicity increases the antimicrobial property. How is the increase in hydrophobicity linked with increase in antimicrobial property?
So that particular statement was made while we were comparing the cetyl trimethyl ammonium bromide in comparison with cetyl dimethyl benzyl ammonium chloride. So that is how the comparison. So replacement of one methyl group by a benzyl group, which is C6H5CH2 naturally, okay, rise in carbon number, okay, that provides more hydrophobicity. In comparison to paraffins, okay, the aromatics provide more hydrophobicity. And second part, their action against cell wall, okay, would have been much better than the corresponding. So the primary, it was a comparison, okay, the comparison needs to be kept in mind, okay, like what was being compared. Okay, the cetyl trimethyl ammonium bromide, the methyl being replaced by benzyl group, okay, which provides a rise in hydrophobicity naturally on account of rise in carbon number and plus aromaticity.
I think his second part of the question is touching that it interacting with the cell and thus targeting organs with disturbing the other cells. So I think you answered that question as well. Any more questions? I think we are done with the questions. Thank you, Professor R.D. Kulkarni, for a very enlightening
Thank you, sir.
And detailed presentation. Thank you so much.
I would request Mr. Shekhar Surve to felicitate Professor Ravindra Kulkarni with memento. Thank you, sir. Our next event partner, Galaxy Surfactant, one of the leading players in the world of surfactants and specialty care ingredients, exclusively focused on catering to home and personal care industry. Let's have a look. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
I am pleased to invite our next speaker for the afternoon, Dr. Milind Kumar Kalekar. Please give a big hand to Mr. Dr. Kalekar has PhD Tech Chemical Engineering from UICT in the period 2004 to 2008. He is currently Senior Manager Innovation Process at Galaxy Surfactants Limited. Prior to that, he has got chemical engineer with experience of 16 plus years in industrial R&D, specifically in the innovation process development, scale up and product application development.
I just want this.
He is the head technology team and pilot plant responsible for the training of surfactant science across the organization, scaling up of developed technologies. His core competency is surface science, surfactant science, formulations, process development, technology development, fundamental chemical engineering, and physics, scale up, safety, and technology. Please welcome Dr. Milind Kumar Kalekar.
Yeah, good evening all. Thank you for your warm introduction. Also, I would like to thank Professor Kulkarni, Professor Amit Pratap, and all OTAI members for creating this platform to interact academia and industry. This we get the chance to talk about what is being done in industry. So thank you all. So my today's topic is mild surfactant. As all of you know, and we have been using this surfactant in cleansing formulation since long, and we have moved long way right from harsh surfactants to now moving towards the skin-friendly surfactants. So basically, I am working in the innovation process of Galaxy Surfactants, and in Galaxy Surfactants, R&D call as innovation process. And I am associated with Galaxy since last 16 years. So I would like to talk about surfactant, its interaction with skin, with respect to mildness and their methods of measurement. What actually surfactant can do with the skin barrier, which is important organ of our skin. And as all of you know, surfactant being amphiphilic in nature, it can interact with our skin components, so there is some harshness associated. We will see some mechanisms of this harshness and how it is been mitigated in the formulation to make mild formulations. What are the current cleansing trends in the market, and what is the Galaxy's approach to remove this drawback from the cleansing formulations, that is benign by designing. And what are the Galaxy's current offerings? Mild surfactant as a category. In mild surfactant, we have separate category as amino acid based surfactants, and we have recent offerings like Dermagreen and how it takes care of mild formulations. As all of you know, skin is actually a very large organ and probably largest organ of our body, weighing nearly 10% by weight of our body. So not only cleansing, but we have to take care of its health also. We should not compromise anything while cleansing. So when it comes to cleansing, surfactant is again integral part of any cleansing formulation, and surfactant being amphiphilic in nature, it can interact with skin components. There are various mechanisms on which this harshness can be explained, and many mechanisms operate simultaneously, so this process become complex. Which are that mechanism that we will see as we go ahead, and researchers have taken various approaches to mitigate these harshness mechanisms. Probably I will cover what is happening in last 2 to 2.5 decades. And to understand this, we need to understand little bit about skin, little bit about surfactant and its methods of measurement of mildness. If you look at the skin, skin has 3 basic layers: hypodermis, dermis and epidermis. Our today's focus of discussion is only epidermis, because which is the topmost layer of the skin and which can be damaged by cleansing formulations. So what way it can be done is, first about the surfactant. Just small physics about the surfactant. This is a structure of surfactant: hydrophobic part, hydrophilic part. Right now we are interested in knowing only dimensions of the molecule, not other properties of the molecule. So surfactant, if you see the structure, not only chemical structure of the surfactant, chemical dimension of the surfactant is important. It has ionic sphere and as well as sphere of hydration around the head group, and that is only tunable for the given surfactant, and which will decide the size of aggregate that is being formed in the water. If that size is less than the pore size of the skin, we can expect some surfactant or molecules to penetrate through the skin and interact with the skin component. So how to take care of it and how to stuff this phenomena into our formulation, that we will see. And if it gets disturbed, we can expect more water loss than expected. If you see the composition of water in the skin, at the topmost layer it is nearly 15 to 16% by weight, but as you go deep into the skin, you can find nearly 70 to 80%, 65 to 70% of water in the skin. But if your skin function barrier is damaged, this curve shifts towards the x-axis, and it is an indication of there is a damage to the skin barrier due to cleansing operations. So what actually surfactant can do to the skin? And skin actually takes part in homeostasis, which includes protection, regulation of body temperature, sensory reception, water balance, synthesis of vitamins and hormones. Out of this, our today's focus is only on the water balance from the top layer of the skin. What surfactant can do? Surfactant can solubilize the fatty matter which is required for the health of the skin from the skin if the cleansing is aggressive cleansing. Though we are using it for the cleansing, if it is not controlled, it can take away the good components of the skin. Surfactant being amphiphilic in nature, if it gets penetrated through the skin, it can interact with the protein and lipids of the skin and it disturbs the skin function. Surfactant is also capable of penetrating through the skin. Being its dimension less than pore size of the skin, it can penetrate through the skin. Not only surfactant, its aggregate has also similar dimensions of like pores. It also can penetrate through the skin. We will see one by one how it is been mitigated into the formulation. And if these things happen, then there is a skin barrier perturbation resulting into skin dryness, afterwash tightness, itch, erythema and membrane damage. After surfactant and skin, we can have some assessment methods. How we can assess the mildness? There are two categories of assessing mildness. One is on surfactant front. We can assess the mildness of surfactant, how mild the surfactant is. And other category is what is its effect on the skin by measuring transepidermal water loss. If transepidermal water loss is more than usual after application of harsh cleansers, then we can expect there is little damage in the skin barrier. And on the front of surfactant, there are various methods available like Zen value measurement. Zen is actually a protein based on corn or maize, which is insoluble in water, but in surfactant solution it is little bit soluble, and that solubility will decide how harsh surfactant is. And these two methods are widely used, though there are various methods in the literature, but these two methods are widely used. Major factors that are responsible of harshness and its mitigation plan by formulators is like this. Externally, so you can find nowadays some ingredients like petrolatum, oils and many ingredients which takes care of whatever is been taken away from the skin can be incorporated through the formulation. And third and important point is surfactant interaction with proteins and lipids. In this category, it has been observed that there are certain type of category of surfactant which are called as mild surfactant has very less interaction with the skin component, and that are called as mild surfactant, and its special category is amino acid based surfactant. Amino acid based surfactant because of its similarity with the skin components. So as we have seen, monomer also can penetrate through the skin. To mitigate this, research has come up with the mechanism or approach such that we will make surfactant monomer, less surfactant monomer available for the penetration. And how it can be done? By using lower CMC surfactants. Lower CMC surfactant means monomeric form of surfactant in the formulation will be available is very less. So rate of penetration automatically can be reduced, either by using lower CMC surfactants or by making formulation which will have lower CMC, means ultimately surfactant monomers will have in less quantity for penetration through the skin. That's why you may see the components or ingredients from in the formulation like change from SLS to SLES to minimer, which is having less CMC. That was a traditional approach, but it didn't fly off too much because they have considered only dimension of the surfactant. What can happen or to what extent surfactant can interact with the skin component, that approach is not taken in this monomer, so it didn't fly to the extent other than some initial success. After some time, this is again recent story 2 decades back. After some time, researchers observed that it is not only monomer, but its aggregate has a capability to penetrate through the skin. If it would have been only surfactant monomer which can penetrate through the skin, then it should not be dose dependent, right? But researchers observed that
it is dose dependent. Penetration is dose dependent, which talks about it is other than monomer which can penetrate, that are micelles. So micelles are also capable of penetrating through the skin. So researchers come up with the approach that even we can increase the size of micelle by externally adding certain components like polymeric surfactants or hydrophobically modified polymers, which will provide the alternate substrate for the interaction to monomers than the skin components. So with the use of polymeric surfactant, you can shift the size of distribution of micelle size to the right so that it can block the penetration through the skin. If you see the recent market, and which are more milder glycinates, here it is glycinate is being used. We have, as a galaxy, we have a separate category of this type of formulation, that is amino acid surfactants. So glycinates, glutamates, taurates, sarcosinates, these are the hydrophilic parts. Hydrophobic part can be any chain C12, C16, C18. So for this type of formulation, we are offering like glycinates, sarcosinates, taurates, and GLI-201 is our patented composition, which is glutamate to acetonate in 2:1 ratio, and which is very mild in nature. Now you will see, and you must have seen, the new trend coming up is waterless shower oil. This also contains surfactants which are little bit harsher, but there is no water in this formulation. And in this category, we have our recent offerings. Galsoptia is a formulation, and Galciderma Green. For this product, this year we have won global innovation, and the surfactant which is being used is of laureth sulfate. So to remove these drawbacks of the current formulation, so you can see nearly 90 to 95% formulations in this category in the market are of this composition. We have come up with this offering. This product is actually benign by design. Surfactant which is used is amino acid based surfactant, which reduces the skin irritancy, non-amine ingredient, so there is no question of any carcinogenic impurity like nitrosamine. Also we have not used any ethoxylated raw material in this product, so there is no question of aquatic toxicity. And since it is oil soluble formulation, we have to take care of whether it should be rinsed cleanly or not. This product compared to market is much better. Polyglycerol 3-oleate, raw material is glycerin and oleic acid. Both are from vegetable source, vegetable origin. And third component in this formulation is glycerin, product of glycerin and lauric acid. Again, these two ingredients are from natural origin, it's vegetable origin. If you see, all the ingredients and technology used to make this product are raw material from either biosourced or from green vegetable source, and the process to manufacture this is green. This is the actual formulation, which contains about 30% anionic surfactant, that is amino acid based surfactant, and 70% non-ionic surfactant base. This is not the final formulation. Final formulation you can make out of this. We have measured its performance, mildness performance, by measuring its Zen number. The method we have seen in the methods of mildness measurement, and we found, compared to SLS, it is no question of comparison with SLS, it is just to give the hint how harsh that surfactant can be in this formulation. So we have compared it with the leading market shower oils, and we found nearly 30% better mildness
in this product. Here we have changed normal surfactant with the amino acid based surfactant and non-ionic surfactant which are of vegetable origin. So Galsil Dermagreen is milder than shower oils which are right now available in the market. Foam evaluation, though this is not, this doesn't talk about the absorbance, this is also important parameter being it oil based formulation. We have seen 100% less water is required compared to existing marketed formulations in this category. I have just shown about only shower oil. There are a lot of formulations can be made with this basic Galsil Dermagreen. Formulations for baby bath, formulation for sensitive skin, formulations for face cleansing, makeup removal formulations, as well as intimate hygiene. This product is dermatologically tested. So, in nutshell, what this Galsil Dermagreen is about, all the raw materials are either biosourced, biorenewable and biodegradable, as well as surfactant uses oil soluble surfactant. This cleanser can be used for the compromised skin also. This testing is going on, but still it shows that it can be used for compromised skin as well as baby care products and intimate hygiene. As you have seen, raw material used for this product are of all vegetable origin. So no question of carcinogenic impurity like 1,4-dioxane, which may come from ethoxylated sulfates or any nitrosamine kind of impurities which can come from any amine product. Also it is, there is no ecotoxic substances like ethoxylates, lower mole ethoxylates. This product is dermatologically tested as well as Cosmos certified. In summary, what we can say, we have come long way from harsh surfactants 3 to 3.5 decades before to soap free formulations, cleansing formulations, to sulfate free formulations, then to mild surfactants, then ingredients which doesn't have any any toxic or carcinogenic impurity, and now it can be biorenewable, and this will move on as we move forward. So out of this, most effective mechanism out of these 3 mechanisms is, and harshness mitigation mechanisms, to use mild surfactant as well as replenish whatever is been removed from the skin due to aggressive cleansing by adding externally petrolatum like material in the formulation. So latest trend in this mild cleansing category is waterless oil. You will see soon these type of formulations in the market. So back to our traditional way of taking bath after molish with the oil. This is the Dermagreen team which was led by Dr. Nirmal Kosti, who is our principal.
In between there are marketing companies who will market these products. So we'll take a few questions. Yeah, many girls, ladies here. This is related to skin.
Hello. Here.
Yeah.
In the last, yeah, here. So with related to Dermagreen, as you have said, with related to Dermagreen, as you have said that it will be used in baby care and feminine hygiene. So in the feminine hygiene, what kind of like application in terms of that? Because it contains more of the oils related to stuffs there itself, and we want to cleanse and make it antimicrobial there itself.
So formulations will be made of this Dermagreen, and you are free to use any oil, vegetable oil, in the formulation along with 50% Dermagreen.
Okay.
Have you tested the antimicrobial activity for this surfactant?
I have not shared about it, but it is also good product and it gives the prebiotic. So it is there. Yes. And it can be used as a prebiotic.
So it's edible?
No, prebiotic, no, for the cleansing purpose. It can take care of the natural biome of your skin.
Okay.
It maintains the natural biome of the skin.
So even the cytotoxicity has been checked?
Yes, yes, everything is checked.
Thank you.
Sir, while working with the formulation of this mild surfactant, the viscosity is varied with the temperature, and after washing with the water, it gives again and again the foaming things. So
Yeah.
how it can be solved?
See, with this amino acid based type of surfactants, we don't have to worry about too much viscosity, because this doesn't create, or you cannot build viscosity more than or to the greater extent like we can build in our regular surfactants.
So it can be managed with the xanthochrome or cellulose things, I think.
Yeah, it can be, but not to the extent like ether sulfates or sulfates.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
It is very less sensitive. We need to work on to build certain viscosity.
Hello. I want to ask how the carbon chain length number impacts the mild surfactants.
Yes, mild surfactants. Yeah. Okay. I have shown you the formula, that is packing parameter VC by LCA. LC is the length of chain and it is in the denominator. If length increases, your packing parameter will reduce. Ultimately it will reduce the aggregate size. Also shape. If it is more than spherical shape, it will reduce to the spherical shape. So packing parameter, if you bring it to less than 0.33, you can expect only spherical micelle. If it is from 0.3 to 0.33 to 0.5, the shape formed by micelle will be cylindrical, and more than 0.5 to 0.7 it will be lamellar.
Thank you, sir.
Does I answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
You want to ask?
Please take the mic.
Is this surfactant is stable at high pH applications like 9 to 10?
It is stable. It is stable at higher pH, but I am not sure whether it will be stable for of pH more than 8 or 9. Our chemist will be able to tell. But we don't require higher pH, because since the formulations are for the mild surfactant, for the mild category, so skin pH is 5.5 to 6.5, so we have to restrict our formulation in that pH range only. Actually, in the mechanism, initial approach was that for moving from soap based to soap free, because there we have first attempted, means researchers have first attempted to reduce the pH to the skin pH of the formulation. There comes index. At this moment, it is oil-based formulations. No, that we have not checked it. That will relate it to viscosity, how much viscosity you will build into it.
Then there are a couple of observations on the online platform. Which component gives more foaming if it foams more than current brands available? How come it can easily be rinsed if foaming is high, as per the presentation. I'm not very sure what it...
No, this is not, see, the ingredient we have used is of that nature.
Okay.
So the ingredients which are being used in current formulations are of SLA, means ethoxylates.
So high foaming.
And some of the latest things that we have got from Bhagwat sir, in today's presentation only, it can be tuned. We can see it.
Sir, there is one more question. The product which you have showed, what about the biodegradability?
So all the product is biodegradable in nature. That is one of our claim.
They are all natural, oil and amino acid based. Since you are using all soft oil which are having multiple double bonds, what is the stability of the formulation in terms of development of rancidity? Because typically oils have a stability in a natural state of about 9 months or so, as prescribed by FOIC.
Our results will come up because this is the latest offering, but
Okay.
I am sure that must have been studied.
Okay. I think we don't have further questions. Thank you, Dr. Kadekar, for a very enlightening presentation.
Thank you, sir. I would request Mr. Shekhar Surve to felicitate with a memento. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The last lecture. Our last partner, event partner, is Rossari Biotech. Rossari Biotech is a leading and most reliable solution provider globally in its sectors of choice with a focus on sustainability. Let's take a glimpse at their journey from then to now.
Then, all that we had were our dreams and ambitions. Now, we have a successful business that serves different industry segments. Rossari Biotech is proof of the enormous difference made when one converts dreams seen in the sleeping state into visions pursued in the waking state. Such pursuit changes realities.
As a technocrat, I have had the expertise and quite used to solving both technical and commercial problems. After a long stint in the textile processing industry as well as the specialty chemicals industry, I decided that I will use my skill as well as my experience to be an entrepreneur. This came to pass when Sunil and I started Rossari Biotech and we forayed into the specialty chemical industry.
Edward and I started Rossari in our 30s, taking a very bold step. We were passionate, we were obsessed with the customers, and the zeal was to make the customer more competitive. We fought all odds to make Rossari successful. Today, 2 decades later, Rossari is India's leading specialty chemicals manufacturer, focused on textiles, home and personal care, performance chemicals, and animal health and nutrition. We have more than 1,500 products in our range and more value-added products to come.
Our core strengths have been the 4 pillars of our chemistry, namely surfactants, silicones, acrylic chemistry, as well as enzymes. Almost 80% of our products revolve around these chemistries. Our capabilities have been application development and formulation skills, and this is very formidable in the industry. This also is backed by a great technical services team and the state-of-the-art technical services laboratory. Our strategy has been to make products that are custom-made to our customers with a focus on sustainability and innovation. Our manufacturing facilities are all fungible across the 4 chemistries, and we've built a robust distribution network across 17 countries globally.
Our values reverberate in the letters of our name: respect, ownership, safety, sustainability, agility, reliability, and innovation.
Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Hello. I think we need to give a big round of applause to all our sponsors: Rossari Biotech, Viswaat Chemicals, Galaxy Surfactants, and Godrej Industries Limited for supporting this event. And we expect a lot of support from them and many others in the future. We come to the last presentation of the afternoon, now evening, by Dr. Rishikesh Mirgal, who will be presenting on online mode. Little about Dr. Mirgal. He has done his PhD from UDCity during 91 to 94. He is currently R&D Manager, South Asia Crop and Pharma Customers, Croda, India, since 2011 till date. Commercially successful application of surfactants in pesticide, pharmaceuticals, home and personal care areas has been his forte. He has got 29 plus years of experience in the surfactant industry, registered various formulations for first time in India with the Central Insecticide Bureau of India. Technical Service Manager at Solvay during May 2002 to October 2011, and he also worked with Bayer Crop Science as a Formulation Development Manager during the period February 1997 to May 2002. I welcome Dr. Rishikesh Mirgal. Please join your hands to welcome Dr. Mirgal.
Thank you very much, sir, for nice introduction. Good evening to Bhagwat sir, Pandit sir, Kulkarni sir, and those who are present there. I'm sorry that I could not come there for this presentation because of some internal meetings in my company. Apology for that. Thank you very much, Amit Pratap sir and Dr. Miraskar, for giving this opportunity to Croda and hence to me to speak about structural effect of surfactants in crop care applications. Unfortunately, I could not attend the lecture of Bhagwat sir, but then I could attend Dr. Amol, Kulkarni sir, and then Dr. Kalekar. Thank you very much for nice talks what we had, and you spoke about APG, SLS, SLES, biosurfactants, etc. I tried to cover those all surfactants in this particular presentation which I am doing on behalf of Croda. Structural effect of surfactants in crop care applications. What we are going to do here is I'll just try to speak on the importance of using this chemistry and their performance effects in the application of pesticide formulation. Of course, today I have restricted to pesticide formulation only, but the same is true for other formulations also, be it personal care or home care or pharma, etc. So you need to understand the chemistry of surfactants, as Kulkarni sir mentioned, different chemistries, different chain lengths, etc. Their performance in particular for particular application, effects what we are getting because of those different chain lengths and all, and then how we can use the correct surfactant to give a desired application. And through this presentation, I'll try to explain how one can select that. Basically, I'll be speaking more on HLB values and how the surfactants can be differentiated based on their structures, molecular weight, and then how these are affecting the performance of these surfactants in crop care applications. In crop care, again, we have various type of formulation. We have emulsified concentrates, we have wettable powders, we have soluble liquids, the water dispersible granules, suspension concentrates, suspo emulsion, emulsions in water, micro emulsions, control release, etc. So all these types of formulations, how one can use surfactant chemistry and structure to give a stable formulation which is useful for the farmer, because farmer is the final user of the formulation. How farmer can be benefited by using these different surfactant chemistries, that I'm trying to speak today. I hope my slides are moving. Anybody can shout that yes, slides are moving properly.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll start with polymeric aqueous dispersant. Basically, CRODA, we have these polymeric aqueous dispersant in our basket, and we are recommending these for water-based formulations. So we have various products, across 4913, and this series, odd numbers at the end, 13, 15, 17, 19, 21. These all are basically used for aqueous dispersants. So those who wants to use not only pesticide but even in other areas, if somebody wants to disperse solids in water, then we recommend these particular surfactants. Again, different chemistry, different requirement. For example, if you have plain solids and if you disperse that in water, you will recommend 4913. But you have electrolyte present into water, then will recommend 4915 or maybe 4917. If you want a strong surfactant, higher dosage, we'll say that go ahead with 4921. So these kind of things we are having in our basket. Out of these, again, 4913 is methyl methacrylate backbone with PEG chain extending out, and for 500L, which is liquid version of 550S, L is liquid and 550S is solid. So this is modified styrene acrylic polymer. This is very good dispersing agent that can be used in aqueous-based formulations. Now, when you make any aqueous-based formulation, what's important is that to get a stability to the formulation. So important is you need electrostatic stabilization and you need static stabilization. So when you use these surfactants at lots 4913 or 4915 or that odd number series, you will get these benefits by using those surfactants. We have multiple anchoring hydrophobic groups there, so that absorption is very strong. Desorption require more energy, so it's not easy, and hence your formulation is stable. Electrolyte tolerance will be there. For example, some of the formulations, say in case of pesticide formulations, glyphosate ammonia or glyphosate, it has got inbuilt electrolyte into it. So you need a surfactant that will tolerate electrolytes, which has got in glyphosate and glyphosate ammonium, it's ammonium sulfate based electrolytes are there. In our country or even globally, hardness of water is different. So you need a formulation or surfactant system in such a way that even if you have 1000 ppm hard water, your formulation should remain stable at farmer end, at least for 2 to 3 hours till farmer sprays that in the field. So to overcome that, we design these surfactant systems, and which are being recommended for pesticide formulations. We have AB block copolymers type of 6 molecules in our basket, Atlas G series. Again, in case of Atlas G, we have designed different things. We have a demineralized version of that. We have liquid version by changing EO-PO ratio, or more EO, less PO. We have liquid and demineralized versions, again for specific applications. And then most dynamic surfactant system, what we have is Atlas 4894, which is again based on G5000 molecule, and then it's a blend of few things. So basically, when we recommend anything for dispersant, water dispersant, co-emulsifiers, we say that just use G5000 along with 4913. So pair 4913 and G5000 or 4913 4894. It's a good system for any pesticide aqueous-based formulations. We have AB type of block copolymers, that is EO-PO block copolymers. Again, it's a wide range. Polarities, molecular weights are different. Broad function, again, for specific applications, we recommend these surfactants. But then we have these in our basket. Here you can see that we have low HLB, high HLB, moderate molecular weight, and then this full series, what we have, either EOPO block copolymer, that is PEG based, or ethylene diamide based as a synphonic series. So these are again used specifically for particular application. As Professor Kulkarni did mention, that you need to understand the chemistry of the surfactant, and then you have to decide the application. So that's what we do here. We understand the chemistry, we design that particular molecule, and then we do test it particular application for particular customer or with particular customer. Or sometimes we use this data for conducting field trials to understand how the pesticide molecule would give a good effect. Somebody was asking question on adjuvancy. So adjuvancy is basically a surfactant, or adjuvant is basically a surfactant, but that will help to improve the efficacy of pesticide molecule. It can reduce the dosage of pesticides, and hence using adjuvants, particular surfactant structure molecule using as adjuvant is definitely giving benefits, and that's what we're trying with these kind of molecules, that AV block copolymer, because these are designed for those kind of applications. I'm covering that further. Again, when you have water-based formulations, similarly you have oil-based formulations, immersion in water where oil is present, or new area of development for pesticide, oil dispersants. In this case, because some of the pesticide molecules, sulfonyl urea-based molecules, these molecules are very sensitive to moisture and cannot be formulated in aqueous media, and hence people are formulating that in oil-based systems, methyl esters or plain sunflower or those kind of oils. And in that case, again, you need that active ingredient which is insoluble in oil to remain in suspension form throughout the shelf life. That's 2 years shelf life, and for that you need those kind of surfactants. So again, we have E1 series here. It's like 4912, 14, and 16. Out of that 4916, we consider it as a star polymer because of its structure. It looks like a star. At the same time, it performs as a star. So even though we recommend this for oil-based formulations, some of our customers, they use it for aqueous-based formulations also, along with 4913, and they got very good performance. And therefore, we name these as a star polymer, the performance as well as its structure. We have alkoxylated sorbitol esters, again twin series. Now twin is a trade name of Croda. Actually, it was trade name of ICI, which then became trade name of Unichema, and Croda took over Unichema, and therefore twin is a trade name of Croda, but now everybody is using twin as a trade name for alkoxylated sorbitol esters. But again, this chemistry, again you have to see the different chemistry, different ethoxylates or your hydrophobe chain length, and based on that you have to choose which surfactant to be used here, because here is the guideline. You want low HLB, you have twin 21. You have high HLB, twin 20. I speak more on this twin series, this particular. Next slides we have exclusively for twin series. Sorbitol esters, again based on this simple chemistry, everybody know about this. I'll not speak much on this kind of thing. There is PAN, again trade name of Croda. Atlas series, this is again, these materials are very good emulsifying agent for vegetable oils. So those ODs or oil dispersant formulations which are formulated in oils, you need a non-aqueous dispersant, you need an emulsifier, the oil to get emulsified when a farmer dilutes that formulation in water. So that you need again this kind of surfactant, which is instead of ethoxylated sorbitol. And we have those in our basket and being used by various customers to stabilize OD formulations. Castor-ethoxylates, again known chemistry, I'll not speak much on this. Bridge L series, again based on hydrophobe, we have different products here which are natural alcohol ethoxylate, one can say. Synthonic, again instead of natural alcohol we have synthetic alcohol, and different alcohols we have ethoxylates of those, and it's again being used widely across all the sectors, not only crop. Anionic surfactants, we have few anionic surfactants which are required in emulsifiable concentrate formulation. When I started my PhD in 1991, I used 483B, which is calcium alkyl benzene sulfonate. Kulkarni sir was mentioning about LAPSA, linear alkyl benzene sulfonate. So it's a calcium salt of that. So that was this particular surfactant is being used in so many years, and I'm sure it will continue to be used because you need only this anionic surfactant in your formulations. No any other anionic is used in EC formulation because of various reasons. But at log 483B, there is no alternative to this particular surfactant in anionic as anionic surfactant in emulsifiable concentrates of these things. Because again, here you need a good blooming and spontaneous emulsion formation in case of pesticide formulation. Because farmer when adds that in a spray tank, emulsion should form spontaneously within fraction of second, and then farmer is always happy with that. But of course, other than 38483B or 3300B, we have torates and surfactants in our basket because some of the pesticide molecules, those are being formulated in different type of formulation, WDG, water dispersible granules. In that case, some of the molecules, they respond only to torates or sarcosinates. We have those examples in India that unless you have torates, performance you will not get that performance. So unless you have sarcosinates, performance you will not obtain. So this particular equation, I mean surfactant structure and pesticide molecule, this need to be further studied. We know that this is what is happening, but why this is happening, that need to be studied basic chemistry. And I'm sure somebody will take up this in academic interest, this kind of work. We have phosphate esters, again a different class of chemistry, which is again, I mean, here you get a mixture of monoesters and diesters, and this low HLB, more soluble in oil. And we have range of phosphate esters, which is there in my next slide. We have range of phosphate esters for various pesticide formulations, and as oil adjuvant, OD, oil dispersant, EC formulation. We have seen examples that these phosphate esters, they help to dissolve active ingredient which is salting out after a few days, and then it worked as a solubilizing agent in that particular formulation. So that again gave an advantage. Some of the phosphate esters, when you, as I mentioned, that some of the formulations have got electrolyte into it, but nowadays farmers, not only in India but globally, they mix two different formulations together. Out of that, if one formulation is having high electrolyte, then you need this kind of surfactant in another formulation so that it can tolerate that electrolyte percentage or concentration, and hence you get a stable formulation at farmer end. Otherwise, farmer will reject the formulation which is being used at their end. So this is what, again, we have different class of chemistry and being used exclusively in some of the pesticide formulation, or in some of the adjuvants, these are being used. APGs, as Kulkarni sir mentioned, that there are different APGs available in the market, but again, this have good electrolyte tolerance. Recently, we launched one product using this kind of surfactant systems, which is having electrolyte tolerance, and then a very dynamic thing, because these molecules are very much dynamic, meaning when you use this in your formulation, production of surface tension or spreading effect, you will get very well when you have APG into your basket or in your formulation. It gives good wetting to the formulation and spreading on the leaf surface, and hence it will help to penetrate active ingredients through leaf cuticle. So that is what is end effect. As Kulkarni sir was mentioning, that end effect is important. So penetration of active ingredient through leaf cuticle. How one can achieve this? If you have good spreading, if you have good wetting. So that surfactant chemistry and its effect on the formulation or end effect at farmer's end, that is important. That is what we studied and used this APG in one of the formulation and launched the product recently. Now I'll go to application part. Again, as I mentioned, emulsifiable concentrate and micro emulsions. There are few recommendations, but generally immersive oil concentrates, as I mentioned, that 483B, that's caps, calcium, alkyl, benzyl sulfonic acid with some non-ionic etocast range, that is castrol ethoxylate range, or some people they use nonyl phenol or octyl phenol. Croda we don't use, we don't have nonyl phenol or octyl phenol in our basket because those are supposed to be carcinogenic, and therefore for 5 years before we took a decision that will come out of this chemistry, and therefore we don't have those NP and OP. NP based, nonyl phenol based or octyl phenol based ethoxylate in our basket, or any of those products. So here we recommend some sulfonic A series or etocast series along with etalox 483B. And as I mentioned, that you need spontaneity and blooming effect when you see this immersive oil concentrate when you add it in water, or even microemulsion. If you see this slightly bluish tinge because of particle size so fine there in microemulsion, and therefore you get those kind of emulsions. Now this is again a nice slide. Whenever you are working with 3 different surfactant system and try to find out, say, the emulsifier of a particular oil, here you can see there are 67 different combinations you can have of different different surfactant, different ratios, and of course you cannot do all 67 together. So what we suggested, or what we recommend, take only 10 or 11 combinations, find out which is the best. For example, you say number 33, you have 33% of each of these A, B and C, and find out whether 1 gram of this surfactant and 9 gram of oil gives you good emulsion. If you get good emulsion, then work around 33. You can try 25, 26, 34, 32 and 24. You can make those blends, and then your job would be easy. I mean, this could be a separate topic to discuss, which I would love to discuss, talk to Biotech students. So Professor Amit Pratap, if you want, I can have separate discussion on this, or separate lecture on this for Biotech students in future. But it is a very nice tool that one can use for finding out the best ratio of surfactants or best combination of surfactants. The synergistic effect will come out through this particular equation or this particular method, and you'll get good emulsion. This is not only for immersive oil concentrate or microemulsion. We can use this for some other systems also. Now, anionic free immersive oil concentrates, there are few customers asking for this kind of system, because as I mentioned, Atlox 483B or CABS was or being used in all immersive oil concentrates. You cannot make immersive oil concentrate because that, but there are few customers, those who are avoiding that particular surfactant. But then if you go to non-anionic, obviously the dosage would be more to make a stable emulsion. In case of combination of active ingredients, pesticide molecules, nowadays in India as well as abroad, 2 or 3 active ingredients are used together in single formulation system to overcome the resistance developed by either insect or fungus. In that case, these kind of systems or requirements are there. You have high dosage of surfactant required in the system to stabilize that formulation, because you have 3 different or 2 different active ingredients together. But this system is also possible, can be done. You can use 4916 star molecule, and can be used with some of the non-mix like 22, 23 or 24 kind of things. Emulsion in water, that concentrate emulsion, concentrate EW. Again, you need a pair of surfactants, so we recommend low and high HLB. So low HLB, high HLB together can be blended and used to get a desired effect. Again, advantage of having multiple anchoring points: when you have polymer surfactant system, you will get a steric barrier, and hence this is advantageous to use. This is an example of one of the insecticide formulation where we have recommend for EW. Again, when you make any EW formulation, it's a mixture of suspension. You have mixture of oil into it, you have water into it, to mix these two together, 2 phases together. So you have to make first water phase, then you have to make oil phase, and then to bring them together, and then you need to have a system, a stable system. Again, in this case, you need more surfactants as compared to a normal system, because you want to stabilize the system. Here, not only active ingredient, but your oil need to be emulsified, and therefore you may need more emulsifier dosage in this particular formulation. Here again, we have mentioned at plus 245 as dynamic surfactant and being used as adjuvant. Now again, when you have a basic surfactant system to make or stabilize your formulation, and in addition to that you are adding something else, some other surfactants, there is obviously some interaction between surfactants. So there is a possibility that the adjuvant, which is again surfactant we are adding into the main system, may destabilize the system. So we studied that whether at plus 245 is really destabilizing the formulation or not, and you can see after 1 month of 54 degrees centigrade temperature, the particle size change is not much. So that's what we try to do, understand the effect of adjuvant, whether it displaces emulsifier or not, how it works synergistically with other surfactants, polymeric surfactants, how they behave or perform in the formulations. Again, as I mentioned, that suspension concentrate, flowable solids, and water dispersible granules. Now, suspension concentrate and flowable solids, these are not two different formulations. They are same formulations, but if a farmer spraying a formulation in the field, it is known as suspension concentrate. But if farmer is using that formulation to coat the seeds to preserve them for 1 year, then it is known as FS. So formulation is same, only application is different. But again, here you have wetting agent, which is again high surfactant dynamic, low molecular weight, because you need a surfactant to go immediately on the surface by dissipating kinetic energy and reduce surface tension and help to spreading the droplet on the leaf surface, and then help to penetrate it further through the leaf cuticle, and therefore we recommend those kind of wetting agents which are having low molecular weight and high dynamicity. We have selector guide. I request those who are there or those who are online, if they are more interested in understanding product portfolio, please register yourself and then you can get access to all these products. Only condition is that you have to come through your official email. We don't entertain Gmail or Rediff mail. So please come through your official email ID, and then we'll give access to you, and you can see all the products, what is there in our basket, and you can ask samples to us, and we'll provide samples for academic research as well as your industrial research. Suspo emulsions, we have again aqueous dispersant, IHLB. Again, we recommended polymeric surfactants. Now, suspo emulsions are again mixture of suspension concentrate and EWs or ECs, a very difficult formulation to stabilize, because you have oil, you have different surfactant systems. One is in SC, one is in EC or EW, and then bringing them together, you have to manage the particle size, which you need always around D90, around 5 micron, so that you will get stability throughout the shelf life, because shelf life of these formulations are generally 2 years. And when we carry out stability study, it is 14 days, 54 degrees centigrade we keep in oven. And then if the formulation is stable, we say it will remain stable for 2 years. Generally, it's same for other industries also, or other applications also. Suspension, again, one basic, one guideline recipe for azoxystrobin, which is a fungicide, and propiconazole is a fungicide. Again, this combination is there in Indian market, and people do use these surfactant systems. Here you can see we have recommended polymer surfactants and then Chlorophos C10-5A, which is phosphate-based surfactant, to give a particular effect to this particular formulation, and then to give you a stable formulation for throughout the shelf life. Oil dispersant, you need emulsifier to emulsify your oil, because oil is a carrier in that. You need non-aqueous dispersant to keep your active ingredient suspension from throughout the life, throughout shelf life. and you need aqueous dispersion. Now, why aqueous dispersion? Because when you have a pesticide solids, D95 micron, they remain in suspension form in oil continuous phase. But when a farmer add that particular formulation in water, obviously you need a surfactant system which help to keep these particles in suspension form in water, so that a farmer, when it sprays the formulation in the field, it should be uniform distribution and uniformly should be able to spray. And therefore, now this is more challenging formulation, because you have oil dispersant, with non-aqueous dispersant, aqueous dispersant, you have emulsifier system to emulsify the oil which is used as continuous phase, and then this become more complex. So what we have done, what we do when we talk to our customers, or when we invite customers, or when we go to the customer, there is a particular guideline or step-by-step guideline is designed by CRODA, and we give this to our customer. We speak to our customers, go to their laboratory or invite them in our laboratory and work on this. Again, possibly we can speak more separately on this kind of formulation, because this is again a difficult part, a difficult formulation, most challenging formulation in the industry, not only in India but across the globe. And out of this, Mancozeb 600 gram per liter OD is most challenging. Last 40-45 years, a lot of people tried, but nobody has got a stable formulation. So that's the challenge in this particular case. Nowadays, somebody was mentioning about biologicals. So biopesticides or biological based pesticides are again being developed in India. These biopesticides designed or developed in two formulations. One is oil based, that is OD, and second is WP. But in OD again we have different oils. So when you change oil 1 to 2nd or 3rd from sunflower to rapeseed to soybean, obviously you have to change your surfactant system to make oil emulsion stable when the farmer is using that at the field. So based on oil, we have given the chassis recommendation to the customers that if suppose you have sunflower oil, please use G1086 or 4914, and Rheostrux 200 is thickening agent, which I'll speak further in this. We have different system for different oil. Some of the customers, they use methyl ester, so we're working at present on methyl ester based oil, how we can emulsify and make a stable formulation in OD. Functional ingredients, again WP, again chassis for vegetable powder, micro base or micropesticide or biopesticides. Again, this is a blend of few surfactant systems which help you to give better wetting, good suspensibility on dilution, and maintain viability of spores, because that is most important. In case of biopesticide, shelf life of biopesticide formulations is hardly 6 months or 8 months max. But in that case, how to maintain that viability is important, and therefore some studies we carried out in microbial laboratory with our surfactants, viability, stability of formulation, etc. And then we are recommending these products to the customers. As I mentioned earlier, Rheostrux 100 and 200, these are again two thickening agents, oil-based formulations, not only recommended for vegetable paraffinic oil, but then other than pesticide formulations, people can use these in their oil-based formulations, lubricants and all those things. They can try this out. Very good thickening agent. Now, what is beauty of this thickening agent? Again, I'll show you here. Whenever you formulate any formulation, for example, OD formulation, viscosity is huge, 1000 CPS, normal temperature. But when farmer pours that in water, it should come out quickly. So if you shake the formulation, the viscosity should get dropped. It should come down to 200 CPS or so that farmer can pour it easily in water. Now here you can see the graph here, geology, in some of the geologic studies we did, and one of the graph what I'm presenting here is, if you use bentonite clay that particular effect, exotrophic effect, is not being seen. But if you use rheostructs, it will be seen very easily. So that's the advantage of using rheostructs in those kind of formulations. So again, as Kulkarni sir mentioned, end application, effect, and based on that design the surfactant system. So that's what we tried to do here. Adjuvants, somebody was asking a question on adjuvants. Again, adjuvant is not a single phenomenon. Adjuvant is again based on how the spray is being formed. When you spray either by knapsack spray or by drone or tractor mounted spray, how these spray droplets are formed. After droplets are formed, how they are going on the surface of leaf. Now they are remaining on the surface of leaf or bouncing off or rolling off. That is important. After that, how it will weight the leaf surface. After weighting of leaf surface, how deposit is formed, because if there is a heat in the atmosphere, moisture will get evaporated, and then a deposit will form. Now this deposit is nothing but pesticide molecule, and now how this pesticide molecule pass to the leaf cuticle to give desired effect. So this is all being studied. These are different stages of adjuvants. Depending on your pesticide molecule, what exactly you want. You want just spreading effect? Okay, we can do that. Only uptake enhancement? We can do that. You need droplet size to be maintained? We can do that. For example, we have drift reduction technology. Under this, we have few products where it's will not form the droplets beyond a particular below particular particle size, because if you have particles below 105 micron, that will be easily driftable. So you have drones or you have knapsack spray or tractor mounted spray. If particle size is below 105 micron, it will get drifted very easily. So here we have showed that if you have water, see the particle size below 105 micron is around 12%. If you have no adjuvant, it's around 16%. That is waste. Your pesticide formulation will be wasted. But if you have DRT EPS as one of the adjuvant in your spray tank, you can see you can reduce the driftables, and hence you will get adjuvancy effect your pesticide molecule, and the pesticide will not be wasted. So that particular action can be achieved, or effect can be achieved by using DRT EPS. EPS is non-ionic surfactant system. We have few other in our basket. Now spray retention. Now, as I mentioned earlier, after going on the surface of leaf, you need your surfactant to remain, your pesticide formula to remain on the surface. How it will remain on the surface? It should not be bounce off, should not be drift, should not be roll off. How it can happen? So you need that particular wetting agent or spreading agent, and those are small and dynamic surfactants which will pack on the droplet interface and hence reduces the surface tension, and droplet will remain on the surface of the leaf. So that can be achieved by low molecular weight surfactants. So as I mentioned earlier, some of the twin series can be used here. Again, twin series. Now beauty of this is twin 20 we know 20 ethoxylates. What we did, we reduced ethoxylate number. For example, in case of 20, twin 20 there are 20 EO, twin 24 is 16 EO, 23 is 12 EO, 22 is 8 EO, and twin 21 is 4 EO. Now, when you reduce EO, decreased molecular weight, obviously your EO is reduced. Smaller size molecules are forming, and hence it reduces the contact angle. And when the contact angle is getting reduced, your weighting is better. So that's the effect that we studied, and then we came out with these molecules. Now, other than this, other than technical application, the beauty of this is 22, 23 and 24, they have same CAS number as that of 20. So registration point of view, when our customer, they are using twin 20 and they find 22 is giving better effect, they can replace easily without any regulatory issue. in our country as well as outside, when you register pesticide formulation, you have to register surfactants with their caste numbers. And then when you're changing one caste to another caste, there is difficulty. So here it's the advantage of using those. So other than technical, these are the advantages what we have. And here you can clearly see that effect of surfactant structure on the performance and hence application. Humectancy, now again, as I mentioned in one of the adjuvant slide, water evaporation, that one of the factors that need to be considered when you use adjuvant system. In personal care, those who are in personal care area, they know that glycerin is one of the most humectant that is being used in formulation. Personal care formulation, people are using glycerin. But we have molecule actually UEP100. UEP is uptake enhancement polymer. 100 is first, therefore it is 100. If you see the TGA study, percent evaporation and time, UEP100, it took even after 180 minutes, that is 3 hours, still you have UEP100 in the leaf, in the droplet. Whereas glycerin is less, and 1020 is again being used as one of the standard adjuvant. So again UEP100. And now, if this is the case, if humectancy is being retained in UEP100, what's the effect of that? So that again, I'll show in next slide. Here you can see the effect of UEP100. We studied in the laboratory a France cell where we kept a leaf cuticle, and we added a formulation having UEP100, and after 48 hours we collected the material which is past the leaf cuticle, and across 4 actives, 2 insecticides, imidacloprid and chlorpyrifos, and 2 fungicides, azoxystrobin and tebuconazole. In all the cases, you can see that penetration of active through leaf cuticle is more because of UEP100. And then my earlier slide where I was showing humectancy and performance of pesticide through the penetration is important. Now, this is what we studied. The structure of UEP100 is giving that effect, and hence better adjuvancy. Again, website, PropCare website, where you can register and see all these presentation you can see. So thank you very much. You can reach me through LinkedIn, and then my numbers are available with Professor Amit Pratap. You can contact me if you need further support. So thank you very much. Thank you again, Professor Amit Pratap, for giving CRODA an opportunity for doing this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mirigal. We'll take a couple of questions if we have, because we are already behind schedule. There's a question on the net platform, online platform. I'll just pose it to you. Again, MSD, it's good to know the increasing spreadability and weighting of these surfactants for agro formulations. Will there be any side effect if surfactant gets deeply solubilized in roots along with pesticides?
Good question. I'll just give one example, one fact before answering this question. In India, we are using around 600 gram per hectare pesticides across India. Okay? Whereas in Western countries, it's around 7 to 8 kg per hectare. In Japan, 11 kg per hectare. These are the numbers which are there on website, publicly available. In spite of that, now why pesticide pollution is there in India? There are 2 reasons. Now I am answering the question what been asked. Wrong surfactants are being used, that's one. Not targeted things are happening. For example, if you are targeting particular pest and your surfactant system is not good, you are spraying, as I mentioned, that this the drift is happening, obviously it will go in the root and will remain there. But generally, there is a guidance of CIB, Central Institution Bureau of India, that you need to use those surfactants between within a stipulated period, a time period. Hence, the molecule will degrade and will not cause pollution further. I hope I answered the question.
Brilliantly answered. Now my question is the pesticide use per hectare low in India due to reasons which are not so available in the developed countries, or is it because of they are using some alternates in India which is not measured?
Two reasons. One is our farmers are not educated properly for using pesticides a proper manner or right molecules. That's one answer. Second answer, the molecules what we have available in India are very old and outdated molecules. Unfortunately, we don't have new molecules being registered in India. The reason behind, again, we are responsible for that. Central Insecticide Board has got one policy. It is somebody wants to bring a new molecule in India, that company has to carry out field trials for 3 years.
It's not very practical. I think it's
data including toxicity to different and then apply for registration. This requires a couple of crore rupees and companies does that. Those who are multinational, they do that. Unfortunately, if I am a formulator, Indian formulator, once a multinational company get that particular registration for selling the formulation in India, I go next day to CIB. I got data what is submitted by multinational. Everybody know how that data is obtained. I go to CIB next day and I ask for Me Too registration, and CIB grants that Me Too within 2 months. If that is the case, how a new molecule or new molecules will come in India? Obviously will not. And that's the reason behind why dosage is less. Farmers are not educated, but at the same time, this is a fact, unfortunately.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Miracle, for a very detailed presentation on what Croda can offer as crop protection chemicals. We thank you very much for taking out time from your busy schedule in office and making this elaborate presentation. Do we have anybody from Croda? We would like to felicitate. I don't think we have, so we'll have it delivered to your location. The memento and flowers, the saplings.
Thank you very much. I think there is a money plant.
It's not a money plant, but obviously it will bring a good luck to you.
I need that. If it is money plant, I need that because I do worship Saraswati.
Okay.
And before the time, if I get a money plant, I'll be happy.
Okay. Sure, for the inputs. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to present my heartfelt gratitude to our today's expert moderator speaker, Shekhar Surve, for skillfully making this seminar interactive in both online and offline mode. So let's give a big round of applause for Mr. Shekhar Surve.
Thank you.
I would like to invite Professor Jyotsna Lagmare to felicitate our today's moderator with a memento. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Also, we would like to thank our event partners for making seminar possible. On behalf of organizing committee, I would like to take a moment to felicitate our event partners for the seminar. Are there any of company officials from Rossari, Biotech and Viswaat Chemicals? Okay. I would like to invite Dr. Rajiv Churi to felicitate Galaxy Surfactant Limited with a memento, and I would request Dr. Milind Kalekar to collect the token of appreciation. I would like to invite Dr. B.R. Gaikwad to felicitate Godrej Chemicals with the memento. I would request Dr. Amol to collect the token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Dr. Prasad Nabar to felicitate Rossari, Biotech and Viswaat. I guess so there are no. Okay, but wait. I would like to invite Prasad Nabar to felicitate Dr. Professor Amit Pratap to felicitate with memento. Because Department of Oleochemicals, all the professors. Without efforts and under guidance of Professor Amit Pratap, this won't be possible. So please, all the professors from Department of Oils, I would request to. Thank you, sir. I would request all the speakers, moderator, office bearers, members of organizing committee of OTAI for a group photograph. We will take few moments, then please I would request audience to be there with us for last 5 to 10 minutes. I have some announcement to make, so please to stay with us because we are waiting for IT, I know, but we have to. Side down. Thank you, everyone. Now I would like to invite on the stage the Vice President, OTAI Western Zone, Founder and CEO of DVC Process Technologists, Mr. D.V. Chame, to address the concluding remarks.
Honorable Chief Guest of this half-day seminar, Dr. Pandit ji, who is available online. With his wishes, we could able to complete this session successfully. This one? Yeah. Yes. Honorable dignitaries, Dr. Kulkarni, Vice Chancellor of Mumbai University, Dr. Churi, Central OTAI President, Dr. Gaikwad, Dr. Surve, Dr. Wagmare, Dr. Amit ji, and my young friends from ICT, and the audience is offline. This surfactant subject, as is not very much known to me, that and today, after having this valuable input by attending this seminar, so many things have opened in my mind. Particularly the chemistry, I am organic chemistry man, this particularly synthetic organic chemistry, which I left after completing my post-graduation. But now with this, so many things I just reminding myself how it is interesting. The first presentation which was given by Dr. Bhagwat, this one thing that I tell about this one, it was so arranged in a sequential way that initially it was introductory, then it is a detailed chemistry, and then it is application in the healthcare, and then later on with this usage, industrial usage, and then last one there is of for farmers, which is of very core important for our country. That Dr. Bhagwat mentioned about the anionic and cationic and this jitroanic, the active head and tails. That is what very interesting. The starting of this seminar. Then another that followed by Dr. Amol, that is of biosurfactants, that is new and interesting also. And there's biosurfactant, but nowadays bio is a very prominent word, everywhere is being used, and everybody is aware of this healthcare and all this one. So ultimately that degradability comes when we use bio. So that one question also I asked about to Dr. Kulkarni, and he replied also very nicely. And Dr. Kulkarni ji gave us, the entire chemistry of the surfactants, which is how right from the beginning to last, its various modules, various reactions. Particularly, I remember the Fidelcraft reaction, which I studied long back, that I was memorizing this one. So it's very interesting and very informative also on the basics of this designing of the various surfactants on this one. And of course, Dr. Milinji have given this all this turnaround of this one, talking about this healthcare, skin care nowadays for all young audience, which is important. So everybody enjoyed that part also. The last that I said, that Dr. Shikesh Mirgal, that he put light on the very important subject, the pesticides which are being used in our country by farmers, how that has to be used, and what is wild formulations, what are formulations, what are important formulations, and how that formulations are effective. And these things have been covered very, very nicely and also smartly by him. And he gave the example of this, our foreign countries and our country, the uses of pesticide and all these ones also. So that's, so in a nutshell, I summarize that this is very informative. As we mentioned that this is a half-day seminar, but this is a half-day seminar. We got the full day information and knowledge. So I thank all speakers about this, the information and knowledge they have shared with us. And this event partners who have supported this event. So I thank for, without them this could have not been made possible. And this young audience and this attendees offline who are present here and the online who are there, they get, I am sure they get benefited, and definitely some things they will take away from this seminar, and definitely that will be useful for their own and for the business also. So thank you very much again to all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All the technical sessions have been truly enlightening and broadening our knowledge and sparking the new ideas. I hope we meet again, FOIC 2025, scheduled from March 6 to March 8, 2025 at JW Marriott, Sahar. FOIC promises to be gathering of industry leaders, innovators and enthusiasts from around the country and the globe. Join us 3 days of insightful discussions and networking opportunities. Register is now open, so secure your spot early and be a part of Fats and Oils International Conference 2025. In the next session of Beyond Today series, we will meet in December 2025. The additional details will be communicated to you via email. Also, we value your feedback and would greatly appreciate your inputs to help us improve. Please take a moment to share your thoughts and suggestions by completing the Google form that has been shared with you via mail. Also, we will add that form in description of YouTube link, so we will get both the feedbacks. I would now like to invite Honorable Secretary, OTAI Western Zone, Head of the Department of Oils, Professor Amit Pratap, to address the vote of thanks.
Thank you so much. So I am honored to give the vote of thanks to all the notables. I know that this is the end of the day. So we thank our chief guest, Professor A.B. Pandit, Honorable Vice Chancellor, for taking out time from his busy schedule. And although he was not available in the town, he addressed it through online mode. So, OTAI Western Zone would like to thank Dr. Rajiv Churi, National President, OTAI Headquarters, for giving opportunity to Western Zone to host this particular half-day seminar. Now we want to thank today's esteemed speakers, Professor S.S. Bhagwat, Professor R.D. Kulkarni, Dr. Milind Kalekar, Dr. Amol Khivrale and Dr. Rushikesh Mirgal for sharing their thoughts on the structural effects of surfactants in their industrial applications. Now overwhelming response for the event is definitely the credit of our speakers. Now we wish to recognize the efforts of seminar expert moderator Mr. Shekhar Surve, ex Godrej Industries Limited, for time management and handling the technical session efficiently. We gratefully acknowledge the financial assistance in the form of sponsorship received from Galaxy Surfactants Limited, Godrej Industries Limited Chemicals Division, Rossari Biotech Limited and Viswaat Chemicals Limited for organizing today's event. Mr. D.V. Chame deserves a special thanks for his words of wisdom for summing up the event. Thanks to Professor Josna Wagmare, seminar convener, and Dr. A.T. Mirajkar for planning and execution for today's event. We acknowledge the guidance provided by our OTAI stalwarts, Dr. B.R. Gaikwad, Dr. Rajiv Churi, Dr. Prasad Nabar, Mr. Satish Khadke, and Mr. Kamalesh Kapadia for organizing this event successfully. We also wish to acknowledge the genuine efforts of all the members of the organizing committee for their valuable support. A special appreciation to Dr. Chandu Madankar and Dr. Pintru Kundu, support staff, all the student volunteers of the Oils Department for their diligent support. Mr. Umesh Gaikwad deserves a big round of applause for committing him for enduring the success for the seminar. We would like to thank all the delegates from the industry as well as academics and research organizations for joining today's event either online or offline mode. We thank ICT management for making the KV Auditorium available for the event. We also thank Mr. Shetty and the canteen staff and everyone else for lending their helping hand many a times. Mr. Bunty as well as Mr. Amit for S Creations for audiovisual arrangements. Thanks to all those who are not included in the list. but without their support, probably this event could not be possible. Now I invite all the participants for high tea outside the auditorium and wish a safe return journey to all the participants. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Despite the heavy rains, such a response from all of you, I would like to thank all the dignitaries, esteemed speakers, participants in the presence and virtual mode, the industry delegates and my fellow colleagues for joining us this seminar. I would now like to invite you all for the high tea just outside the KV auditorium. Thank you very much.